podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, 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 every day.
I do my best, but my best wasn't good enough.
BoxingVoice.com. All the guys want. I want what Mayweather got. I want what Mayweather got. You done bust your ass like Mayweather. I was trying to fight every fighter. I sacrificed a lot
DiBiase Productions
to get to where I got to.
What do you bring to the table?
Let's get this on. Let's do it.
Well, it's like this. Hey, wait.
All right, that's it. Hold on. Bernard, everybody calm down.
Man, you know how these bitches is in the sport. Total disrespect. Kid has no class, no style at all. I sacrificed a lot.
BoxingVoice.com.
To get to where I got to.
BoxingVoice.com. What up? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nesta Gibbs, Solo Dolo, Scarface, No Manolo. We're here to discuss Manny Pacquiao plus this weekend's fights. Looks like Terrence Bud Crawford has come out and made his prediction for this particular matchup between Terrence Bud Crawford and Mario Barrios. And right away, I thought this was a topic that we should be discussing simply because Terrence Bud Crawford is picking the WBC champion, Mario Barrios, to come up short. He said that this is the perfect fight for Manny Pacquiao, and man, was I taken back because Terrence Crawford's bold claims that Manny Pacquiao, the legend at 46, is in a 50-50 title fight with welterweight Mario Barrios, the current WBC champion. The Filipino legend at 46 is looking to defy the odds against the reigning and defending WBC champion Mario Barrios, coming off of a barn burner with Jesus Ramos on the undercard of Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. Hasn't been back since then, but to be fair, this date is announced. This is a fight, and Jake Paul, who fought on the same card that Barrios fought, he's scheduled to be back in the same month. So Barrios is right on his timeline when it comes to this particular matchup. But we are going to be previewing the stacked May 30th DAZN card from Guadalajara featuring Manuel Gallegos taking on Khalil Cole in the rematch. Also, Muradin Akhmadaliyev's tune-up against Luis Castillo. I want to believe that's the actual Jose Luis Castillo's son. But should Barrios feel disrespected is really the tone of the show, right? Like, Barrios, do you not feel some type of way that everyone is picking a 46-year-old legend to beat you and you're the younger welterweight? What does that say about your reign? What does that say about you? This is a fight where Barrios needs to feel disrespected and needs to try to attempt to upset Pacquiao in the eyes of the boxing public that have him as an underdog versus the 46-year-old Manny Pacquiao. Now, we are going to be having a bunch of interviews this week and specifically today. So if you don't know, check out our YouTube community page where you can see all the latest interviews and drop a question. Right now, we should be having Sarah Bailey on the show in just a bit. So if you haven't already drop the question for Sarah Bailey, go ahead and do so, as she will be on the show at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. And yeah, man, we're looking forward to interviewing the champion hailing from Canada. And yeah, if you want to drop a question, you can do that on our community page and or our Patreon page. So, couple of fights on this weekend's card at the Zone. So we're doing a combination of shows. Obviously, Bud's prediction, bold prediction over Manny Pacquiao, Mario Barrios, leaving Barrios as the underdog in the eyes of many. Bud picking Manny Pacquiao. I'm thinking Pacquiao is a great. He's a legend, but Barrios is youthful. He's young. He's active. He needs to feel disrespected. He needs to take this for fuel for the fire and definitely do what he needs to do to get the win, to change the public perception amongst his own contemporaries, right? Because it's obvious that his own contemporaries don't believe in him. They got him obviously losing to Manny Pacquiao. So hopefully Barrios can do what he got to do, right? Because if Pacquiao wins, that opens the door up for him to continue fighting on a high level and for us to continue to have to pay for those fights, man. So shout out Manny Pacquiao. Not necessarily hoping he gets it done. We do have a poll on our community page, on our live chat right here on YouTube.com and on X Spaces. I still haven't done the poll on Discord just yet, but we're asking on our community page, our biggest platform for polls. Pacquiao versus Barrios is set to light up Las Vegas. Terrence Crawford calls it a 50-50 fight, but is that shade on the champ Mario Barrios? Or at 46, can Manny pull off the upset? Or will Barrios prove he's the underdog? So we have Barrios by KO, 36%. Pacquiao wins on points, 25%. Barrios by decision, 38%. Fight ends in a draw, 2%. So I didn't give you a knockout pick for Pacquiao since he hasn't had a knockout in I don't know how long. Also, we'll be interviewing Stephen Breadman Edwards on Thursday. I know it says Wednesday, but we had a late change, so we'll be doing him on Thursday for anybody that wants to ask Stephen Breadman Edwards, the trainer of Kyrone Davis and Keller Plant. Camp is closing, a question. So you can do so by heading over to our Patreon page or our community page, where you should be able to ask Stephen Breadman Edwards, the trainer, coach of Kyrone Davis and Keller Plant, a question. One per member and per Patreon. So yeah, man. But do take advantage of your ability. And yeah, man. Drop some questions. Drop some questions. We're also, like I said, having Sarah Bailey. Today's actually a jam-packed day for interviews. We got Sarah Bailey at 9:30 a.m. in about 10 minutes. Then we got Julian Rodriguez an hour later, 10:30. He's going to be taking off knockout puncher Avis Griffin on that. You know, Julio Cesar Chavez, Jake Paul, undercard on pay-per-view. We're also going to be having Troy Isley at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific Standard Time. We got Vincent Colbert scheduled for his Unguarded at 12 p.m., 3 p.m. Eastern. And then later in the evening on our second show, yes, we do 2 shows per day, we're going to be having Jalil Major Hackett at 7:30. That's just our Tuesday schedule, man. So get with us. Looks like we got Boxing Fight Game on the check-in. What's up, brother?
Yes, Boxing Voice. What's going on?
All good. How are you?
What's the crack? What are we talking about?
Terrence Crawford picking Pacquiao to win, calling the fight a 50-50. And we're asking, is that disrespectful to the champion, Mario Barrios, the more youthful, active champion? Do you believe Manny Pacquiao can beat Barrios coming off of 4 years inactivity?
Yeah, look, first of all, I mean, the boxing it just continues there. There's a lot of comebacks at the moment. I mean, 46 years old, Manny Pacquiao. If he comes back and beats Mario Barrios, it'll be an unbelievable achievement. Crawford's picking Pacquiao, De La Hoya's picking Pacquiao. The reason they're picking Pacquiao is because they probably look at him as a legend, and they probably think that he should he can win this fight. I've seen a few training videos of Pacquiao today. Yeah, he looks all right, but you know as well as I do, he's not the same fighter he once was. He's 46 years old, man. Come on. Even Freddie Roach looks like he's come out of hiding.
Yeah, man. We're also talking about the previews and predictions for the DAZN card in Mexico. You got Manuel Gallegos taking on Khalil Cohen, their rematch in a good little scrap.
Absolutely no idea who they are, but if I can watch it, I'll watch the highlights. Obviously, you got a big card coming up on Saturday in America, Amazon Prime, Caleb Plant.
Yeah, that's another one on Amazon, but we're doing, one fight at a time, keeping them separate.
No problem, bro. I don't know. I don't think Pacquiao can win. That's my opinion. I think, his last fight in 2021 against Ugas, he lost. Before that, he beat Keith Thurman, which I was surprised how he beat Keith Thurman because I was expecting Keith Thurman to win that time, 2019. That was a really good performance by him. Before that, he beat Broner, he beat Matisse, lost against Jeff Horn in 2017, beat Jesse Vargas, had that trilogy with Tim Bradley, lost against Floyd Mayweather, of course. That fight I thought was probably the perfect timing for Mayweather to beat Pacquiao. Looking at his record here, 62 fights. Manny Pacquiao, 62 professional fights, 8 defeats. What is he, an 8 division world champion? Is he?
Yep.
It's an incredible boxer. If he, I think Manny Pacquiao's come back he probably wants to make some history as well, but I think he needs a bit of money. I think he's got bigger plans in Philippines. I think he wants to run for the president of Philippines. He was doing something political while he was boxing as well, but probably he needs a bit more money, man. You need big bucks if you're going to get into politics. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I don't know. I think, what's Barrios' biggest win of his career?
Probably the Ugas win for the belt. Oh, actually, Ugas didn't have the belt, right? Probably the Ugas win, though. That's the biggest name.
When was that?
I can check a few years ago when he got, he won that title.
So after you guys beat Pacquiao, he then lost against Barrios.
Well, he lost against Barrios and Earl.
Errol Spence as well.
Yeah, so he beat Ugas in 2023. Then he beat Fabian Maidana. Then he beat Abel Ramos. Well, he got a draw with Ramos.
But he lost against Spence.
Well, yes, if you're talking about Ugas.
Ugas, yeah. So Barrios is undefeated.
Barrios has 2 losses. One to Tank by knockout. One to Thurman via points decision win.
Well, they're good fighters, aren't they? Tank's a good fighter. Thurman's a good fighter. Who knows? I mean, look, Conor Ben wanted to fight Barrios, and last year Eddie Hearn was talking about Conor Ben against Manny.
He always wanted to. I was going to say that he also wanted to fight Manny Pacquiao a few times.
Yeah, there was there was some talk going on about Ben and Pacquiao in Dubai.
Mm-hmm.
But then he got a bit of criticism from TalkSport and other media companies here in the UK. They were criticising Eddie Hearn because they obviously love criticising Eddie Hearn. Everyone does. But look, I don't know, man. If Manny Pacquiao does it, amazing. But I don't know. It's difficult, man. It's difficult to come back at this age and beat somebody who's fighting regularly, training regularly. I see some clips today of Manny Pacquiao. He looks slow, man. It's not the same Manny Pacquiao no more, man. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. And that's why I feel like Barrios needs to feel disrespected. He needs to use this as some sort of fuel to the fire. You got people picking a 46-year-old man to beat you, bro. It's kind of nasty.
I agree. I agree. I mean, look, this is for the 147, isn't it? The 147 title, WBC 147. If Pacquiao was coming back and fighting against Boots, we would all be saying, Pacquiao, you're going to lose. Everyone would have said Pacquiao's going to lose. If he was fighting against Brian Norman Jr., we might be saying the same thing that we're saying right now. So it's a bit of that as well. I think, look, Barrios, if he can get a win, he has to, obviously it gives his career a boost, but if he loses to Pacquiao at 46, blimey, that ain't going to be a good look, is it? But look, I mean, I want to see some unification. I want to see Brian Norman Jr. versus Boots at 147. Good American fight, that.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I just hope Crawford is wrong. You know, I want Manny to accomplish his dream of becoming one of the oldest champions and breaking his own record for that matter. But I don't know that I want that done at the hands or on the back of Barrios. He's a good champion. That's a good fight for Jerome Boots Ennis. But if he loses, I mean, you know, it's rebuilding season, and those fights are no longer available for Barrios.
I agree. It's a big risk fight for him. For Manny Pacquiao, he's getting paid anyway, so it's a low risk fight. I mean, he's achieved anything regardless. He'll go in there. People who will clap him before the fight, they'll clap him after the fight. They'll pay tribute to him regardless. But just imagine, just for 1 second, imagine if Manny Pacquiao wins this fight.
Oh no, he's a legend. He's already a legend, but it's solidified. You know, he gets in the books again, and technically, I think he beats George Foreman.
Yeah, he rewrites history. But if he wins this fight somehow, say Manny Pacquiao wins, does he fight against Boots in the unification?
I don't know, man. There's been rumors this morning that Boots is moving up, which is unfortunate. You know, now that all the welterweights are coming to town, Boots is ready to leave town. I don't like it, not one bit.
Yeah, I think Eddie Hearn was trying to make the fight with Brian Norman Jr. Obviously, Brian Norman Jr.
He needs to seriously get a nutritionist, Boots does, so that, you know, he doesn't have to leave the division. Does he have a nutritionist? Has he used one yet?
I'm not sure. I think I need one as well. But listen, you know,
you need the contact perfecting athletes, man. Get right.
My brother, health is important, man. You know, Eddie Hearn was trying to make the Brian Norman Jr. fight last year, but they wanted more money. Obviously, the Normans wanted more money. Then his dad got involved and all that stuff. I would have liked to have seen that fight. Looks like they might be going after Virgil Ortiz at 154. But yeah, like everyone's coming up now to 147. Why not stay there?
Yeah.
You know, stay there, hang about. There's no rush. What's the rush?
I don't know what's the rush, bro. I mean, it must be really difficult to make weight, or he's not into big fights because all the big names are moving up or have gotten 247. It just doesn't make sense to vacate when, you know, you can have some super fights.
I agree with you. You know, Boots Hennis, what is his name like in America at the moment amongst the boxing community? Is he getting the respect he deserves?
Absolutely.
Is he being talked about outside of boxing?
I think he's, I don't know about outside of boxing, but I think he's getting the respect he deserves, especially after the win and, you know, claiming the unification title as well as the, you know, lineal belt. That's really helped. And I think that's why everything is shift. It's more like, look, you've already proved you the best welterweight. You got the lineal. You beat the number 2. Let's just move up. At least that's what it seems like.
Yeah, now here in the UK, amongst the boxing community, they do talk highly of Boots Ennis, which is good. You know, Gareth Davis on his channel, the other channel, Simon Jordan, they all talk very highly of Boots Ennis because I think his last performance was unbelievable. It caught an eye. And, you know, in boxing, you know, when something comes along really good, you take a look at it. You look at it from a different angle. And I think Boots Ennis is that kind of guy. I think he will dominate. I think between them divisions, between 147 and 154, I think he could clean up some of them divisions because I think Crawford's going to move up and fight Canelo. If that fight is close, regardless of whatever happens, they might have a rematch. You never know. And,
so do you think it's a 50-50 fight, in your opinion?
What, Crawford and Canelo?
No. Barrios
which one?
Barrios and Pacquiao.
No. I think Barrios is the favorite. In my opinion, I would give.
What would
I
you
would
put
say
it? What would you put it? 60-40, 50-50,
no. I'd put it.
70-30?
I would put it honestly. I would put it 70-30, and I'm being very. That's me being, as respectful as I can to both fighters. I'm just giving it 70-30.
Got
I
you.
could have said 80. I could have said 80-20 to Barrios, but I don't know. Maybe Manny Pacquiao. When I thought Furman was going to beat him, he pulled up an outstanding performance. So you never know. Barrios, I've seen a few fights. I've not seen enough of him. I've seen a lot of Manny Pacquiao. I've stayed up to the early hours of 5, 6 a.m. in the morning to watch Manny Pacquiao. And believe me, some of the best early hours of the morning are with Manny Pacquiao because you're actually awake when he's fighting. And I remember when he fought against Hatton. He fought against Hatton. Everybody in the UK was like, yeah, Ricky Hatton can beat Manny Pacquiao. I was like, no, this is going to last probably 2 rounds, maximum 3 rounds, and Ricky Hatton's getting knocked out. Ricky Hatton is a great boxer, but he is made for Manny Pacquiao. Remember that fight?
You think Barrios coming into this fight with a chip on his shoulder, having so many people picking against him, thinking that he's going to lose to the
100%.
older man?
100%. I think Barrios in the press conference will be respectful, but I think Barrios won't want to lose this fight because if you're like him, a champion at a young age, imagine losing to a 46-year-old former champion.
So you're
It can
saying it
damage
would
your
be
career.
embarrassing?
It would be respectfully embarrassing. Like, not me walking down the street falling over, people laughing at me, but if I walked and it wasn't my fault, it would be like that. So he has to win the fight. Big pressure on Barrios. And there's not that much pressure on Manny
Damn,
Pacquiao.
I mean,
Honestly.
why so much pressure on Barrios? I mean, Manny's the only 8-division world champion. He's the only person of his kind. Like, when we talk Manny, there's no one else to put in the same breath unless you're talking about the guy that definitively beat him in Marquez or Floyd Money Mayweather. And Mayweather gets more credit than Marquez. Marquez took like 4 fights to do it. I mean, when a guy is that great, is it a knock on the younger fighter?
It's because of his age, because he's 46 now. He's fighting. If this fight had happened maybe even 3 years ago, when Manny Pacquiao was 43, for example, and then it would be a different maybe conversation. But because Manny's 46, there's a lot of pressure on Barrios. He has to get the job done because he's the one going forward. Manny Pacquiao's already had a career. Manny Pacquiao can fight. Manny Pacquiao was going to fight Amir Khan in an exhibition fight. It wouldn't have mattered who won that fight. It doesn't really matter. It's exhibition. But it's important for Barrios, I think, for his career to move forward. Yeah, he gets the win. Yeah, he gets the name. It's all a bonus. And then obviously he can push for the big fights like 147. And there'll be huge fights for him because he'll become a bigger name. Manny Pacquiao, it's a free hit. It's a free hit for Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao gets made. He gets money. He's got bigger plans, no doubt. He wants to become president of Philippines. So it's one of them fights. But has there been any other fights in history where fighters have come back at an older age and fought against a younger champion? Can you think of any? Apart from George Foreman, obviously.
The Bernard Hopkins fight. Bernard and George are the only guys that have won world titles.
Yeah. Yes.
In that old age. But I got a king counter from Profound Dreamer.
Respect, brother. Respect, man.
Likewise, brother. Thank you for talking some boxing with me, getting the engines running, warming up the car, so to speak, for these other fight fans that call in. Profound Dreamer, what it do?
Hey, gather around TBV. That's if you're still listening, and get on down with these profound rhythms. Ness, man. It's good talking to you, brother.
Likewise.
Listen, man. While I'm cooking, I'm gonna need you to check your Instagram DMs, because I need you to play that soundbite for me for my next point. All right.
All right.
Yeah, check your DMs, see if you can
play it right now.
But in the meantime,
I see it
on my next point. On my next point, man. Listen, first and foremost, Mario Barrios, he gotta have the heart to do what Jake Paul was not willing to do. All right. Jake Paul showed Mike Tyson way too much mercy. He had that old man standing in front of him, and he should have knocked his head off. Barrios got to go in there and just retire Pacquiao. Sometimes these old guys, they need the sport to retire them. And out of respect and out of love, Mario Barrios need to go in there and knock his head off, point blank, period. He too old, And what fans don't understand is these legends, these pros, always gonna look good on the pads. They always gonna look good in training. But when it comes to live action and it comes to taking live rounds under the lights, it's not going to hit the same. And Barrios just need to get him out of there. I don't want to hear no excuses, man. You right. Barrios need to take this fight as disrespect. He need to take the fact that Pacquiao think he could step in there at 50 years old and get it on with him and beat him and take his title. He need to take that as disrespect and have his Larry Holmes moment. Like when Larry Holmes retired Muhammad Ali, that's what Barrios need to do to Manny Pacquiao, point blank, period. No mercy. But since y'all brought up Boots, that's why I need you to play that soundbite, Ness. Let that run, man.
Our performance was okay. You know, I don't know, man. I think it might be time.
Pretty low.
54, yo. Did you feel differently? I felt good, but I just, you know, I feel like at 54, I'm being way better, and my pop gonna be how it's supposed to be. I'm getting older now. I'm 27. I'll be 28 next year. Our performance was okay. You know, I don't know, man. I think it might be time to go to 54, yo. Did you feel differently? I felt good, but I just, you know, I feel like at 54,
I feel like this clip, Brian Norman said, senior, that he goes on to renege on this, like in the same clip, and say that he could still make 147. But I get what you're saying. But that's more reason why I want Dev to put in an offer, bro. Catch this man right now. He can't make weight. You need to stay here and be great.
Nah, but at the end of the day, all of these names that's moving up to 47, if they beat Boots, everybody's just going to discredit him and say he was weight drained, he stayed at the weight too long, he pushing 30, he already had 30 plus fights in the division, he been in the division for over 10 years. Like, listen, man, it's over for Boots at 47. He did what he needed to do, and he need to go up to 54, and he need to fight his contemporaries at 54. He need to fight Murtazaliev. He need to fight Virgil Ortiz. He need to fight his contemporaries at 154, man. The dude been at 47 for too long, and now he pushing 30. It's over, bro. It's over. Move up and fight your contemporaries.
That's crazy. That's what you want. So you don't want no Tios, no Devins. Like, bro, the bigger names is now at 47.
No, he been there too long, Ness. He should have been getting it on with Crawford and with Spence. That was his class. Like, stop the cap. Y'all giving Boots a pass when he a super senior at 147, bro.
I owe you one more, champ.
Long.
That's my guess.
Right,
Sarah, how are you? Good morning.
Hi, morning. How are you?
I am good. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you first and foremost for taking out the time to give us the opportunity to talk some boxing with you. And just want to say congratulations, obviously, on becoming a world champion.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
So how's Canada, man? Is it cold, or are you lucky enough that the weather's warmed up being this summer?
The weather's all right. We've had some shit weather lately, it being cold again. We had one day of like 30 degrees, and then it went straight to like under 10 degrees, raining like crazy, and nobody wants to be outside. So.
I hear that. I would definitely not want to be outside in that cold weather. What keeps you in Canada?
Boxing, honestly, my boxing community here, obviously my coach, who also is my husband, West End Athletic Club, the gym I'm at the GTA now in Toronto. I go away for boxing quite a bit in the States. I go to Las Vegas for training. We've gone to Texas. We'll be going to California. So I do go away for sparring and stuff, but just my home base, you know, I was born in Canada, so I've just been sadly stuck here for now.
No, I hear you. So you're only 6 fights in, and it seems like you won that world title 2 fights ago. So in your 4th fight, you were able to get a world title shot. Am I correct?
That's right, yeah.
Wow. Is that based off your skill and how great you are, or is that based off the, I guess, division being not so deep?
Honestly, I would say first and foremost, it's my amateur background of having over 140 fights. I've been all over the world. I've traveled 30 plus countries. I represented Team Canada. I went to Ireland and fought on the for nationals there. I went and represented Sierra Leone on the international level. I think just having that background of fighting every kind of style, my coach realized that we don't need to move slow in the pro ranks. We can actually move quite quickly. And he was just confident to throw me in an 8-round debut, which not many people do. And then from an 8-round debut, my second fight, I had 10 fights. And he was like, this girl's ready to fight for a world title in her third fight. Like, I was hoping that 2-0, I could go into a world title fight. But unfortunately, timing wise, it didn't work. And then, so my fourth fight, I had that world title. But the division's actually not bad at 108 pounds. There are quite a lot of female athletes are in and around my weight class at 105, 108, 112. It is quite deep at the lower weight classes. So it was just that confidence of she's fought everyone. She's got more of a pro style. So why do we have to take it slow?
Now, I did notice that you won a gold medal at the African Elite Championships for Sierra Leone, and that you were the first person to do that?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I fought on the national team for Canada for over 5 years, and sadly, this country is very corrupt and a lot of politics. So the Sierra Leone gave me a chance to represent them, and I was able to go to the championships in Mozambique and fight Morocco, fight Ghana, fight all these other countries, and managed to get a gold medal for them.
How was that international experience, fighting so many different, backgrounds and fighting styles? What would you, I guess, attribute that to your not style, but your IQ?
Yeah, I mean, it really helped out towards the end that I was fighting the African style because they are just pure fighters. When you go to Europe, it's more technical. It's more the in and out style, boxing on your back foot and try to counterpunch. Whereas the Africans, they're animals. They just come to fight, to beat you up. So it really prepared me to turn professional, and I love that personally. I love just like getting in there and just like we're going toe to toe. So having my background, being able to box, definitely helped because I'm able to, fight when I want to fight or move on my back foot when I want to move on my back foot and take a break and take a second and counter punch. So I'm able to do like both of them. So it really has developed my style quite a bit.
How long is your contract with United Boxing Promotions? And what's your thoughts, I guess, on your Olympic stablemate, Tamara? Oh my God, I just interviewed
Tamara
yesterday.
Tibo, yeah.
Tibo, I just interviewed her yesterday and it was escaping me. What's your thoughts on Tamara Tibo signing to Most Valuable Promotions and everything that they are doing for women's boxing?
She's absolutely incredible. She is a 2-time Olympian, fantastic amateur boxer, and I think that they're going to really take care of her with MVP. They have signed so many women in the last couple of weeks. It's actually insane, but I love what they're doing, and I'm really looking forward to that July card as well. I'm hoping I can go to it and watch it live, and I'm pumped for her. I think that she what is she, 154 pounds that she fights at? I think that
60.
she's 160. Yeah, I think she's going to be able to contend with Savannah Marshall. I think she's hopefully going to be able to fight Clarissa Shields soon, and I think she has a strong chance.
Yeah, I think so too. She's looking good. And like yourself, obviously you came out the gate a little faster. She stepped up to Natasha Spence, a big name in her division, but only a 4-rounder. You started with a 6-rounder.
I started with an 8-rounder.
Excuse me, 8-rounder, kind of like Andy Cruz, who started with a 10-rounder.
Yeah.
But congratulations on all your amateur success and the early success, winning first the secondary WBA title, and then you got elevated.
Yes. So Jessica Plata, she got stripped of her title. She went off and announced that I guess she was having a baby, or I'm not sure, personal family, and she lost the WBC and WBA. So I got elevated to that super title. So I guess it's me for the WBA right now, and then we got Juarez with the WBC, and we got IBF WBO, who Evelyn Bermudez in Argentina has that. So I'm hoping to unify with one of the two girls next.
So, how has your multicultural background influenced your boxing career, and has it helped your boxing career? Being associated with so many different places, has that expanded your fan base, and have those people adapted you?
Absolutely. I'm Persian as well, so we're absolute dogs. We're fighters. So the Persian community stands behind me, and it's a massive community in Toronto. I was actually born and raised in Vancouver, so I have a lot of fans out there as well. And then we got the African community who's behind me in Sierra Leone. I was like a celebrity. I have a video where after I won, I were on their shoulders, like it was a massive crowd just like carrying me on their shoulders. It was really neat. So I'm really blessed for everyone to just be jumping on Team Sarah, and I know that what I'm doing, a lot of people haven't, and I hope that people do take the steps I have. Again, like females, we aren't seen as on the same level as men just yet. And I just want to show people that we're no different. Like what I did with my debut, what I did with fighting in 10 rounds in my second fight, what I did fighting for a world title in just my fourth fight. And I've already defended twice in 10 months. I just want to show that we're just as good as the men, if not better, and we're more entertaining.
So it says Iranian heritage as well. Was that incorrect or that's correct?
No, that's correct. My parents are from Iran. I actually speak Farsi fluently as well.
Wow. So how many languages do you speak?
I speak English and Farsi. Yeah.
Okay. Well, congrats again.
Yeah.
So, what strategies helped you dominate Christina Navaro in your March 2025 title defense, and how special was it for you?
Well, it was a co-promotion with MVP, so that was massive. We were on DAZN, internationally, we're on the global scene, and I think having the boxing ability really helped me succeed in that fight, and then also just being able to take the fight to her as well. I knew that technically she was quite flawed. She had fought some really credible opponents. I had seen that she had fought the Irish girl, had done really well against her. It was a close fight. But I just knew that she didn't have the boxing IQ that I have, the ability to move in the ring, to be able to step left, right, that lateral movement. Not a lot of people have that, and to be able to box on your front foot, box on your back foot. So I just knew that, and in general, any of the girls that I fight, and again, I hope to unify next, I just know that that boxing IQ I have is going to have that upper edge every time.
No, absolutely. I want to double back because I know you touched on Tamara Tibo, but not on the length of your contract with Tyler and United Promotions.
Yes. So everyone has kind of, I think, the same contract. We start at 5 years, and then I believe every time I defend my title, I think I have like bonus years. So I don't know what I've worked up
to. You get
to
title
by
extensions
now.
then.
Yeah. But I'm happy being with United here. Everyone always asks me, oh, when are you going to fight in the States or Vegas or whatever? Well, I want the Vegas to be here, right here in Toronto. I want the casinos I fight at to be our Vegas, that MGM scene. So I hope that the fights will continue to come right here in Canada.
Who is your dream opponent you hope to bring to Canada?
Dream opponent? Yeah. Anyone? Any weight class?
Well, yeah, I mean, give us current weight class and I guess the weight class you see yourself moving up to.
Okay, so I really want to unify. So either the WBC champ or the girl who has got the IBF WBO. We've contacted both of their managers were hoping to make it happen this year. I'm trying to be undisputed. I'm trying to
That's
be
Evelyn,
undisputed.
right?
That's Evelyn Bermudez from
Yeah.
Argentina. She's got the IBF WBO.
She could
And
fight.
Lourdes Juarez.
I'm pretty
She's
sure I
got,
watched her last fight.
yeah.
Yeah, I think so. TYC Sports. I feel like I watched her last fight. Her face is super familiar from her box rec. It might have been the Jessica Salazar fight, but yeah, she can fight.
She could fight. She could fight. I want a challenge. I'm not trying to hang on to my world title forever. I want people to come try and take it off of me. My goal is to be undisputed. That's the dream at 108 pounds. Then I'd like to move down or up. I could go down to 105. Dream opponent would probably be Gabriela Fundora.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, Fundora is the hottest name right now. I guess my mind was leaning toward the more recognizable name, which is down, right? Isn't Jocasta Valle down?
She's at 105 pounds, but she did just recently fight Marlena Esparza at 112 pounds.
Yeah. Is that a person you would consider?
100%. Yeah, absolutely. Again, I want my narrative to change every single time. I don't want just straight defenses. I don't want just nothing fights. I just want the biggest, toughest fights, the biggest names. And I'm not afraid to take anyone on. I feel like I'm ready for anyone who comes my way in and around those weight classes, 105 to 112.
And Jocasta's a big draw in Costa Rica. I'm not saying that she can generate the money to bring you out there, but most of her fights are out there and, they're pretty big. Is that something you would be opposed to, or would you be willing to fight her in her home country?
It's where the money's at. Everyone knows it's a money game. It's business. So whoever's offering more, we'll take it.
You have a unique personality, man. I've interviewed dozens and dozens, hundreds. So I've been doing this for 14 years now.
I know you have.
But as a woman, I've never really felt the excitement that you have. Like, where does your love for boxing come in, and who introduced you to it? Just, so much. You're so educated. You have a great amateur background. You're an accelerated pro. It's just quite refreshing. So, yeah, where does all this love for boxing come?
I appreciate that. Well, my coach is an absolute geek for boxing. Steve Bailey, if you talk to him, that man knows everything about everyone, man, woman, amateur, pro. That guy knows everything. So I've learned a lot from him. And the love and the passion, I started boxing through, I would say, my brother, who, as a lot of people know, passed away, unfortunately, 2 years ago. But we started it out together. Thank you. And we were like twins in the sport. He got on the national team first, and it was just that a sibling rivalry that he was just always a step ahead of me. And I was like, man, I got to get better than this guy. Like, what the hell? He was a year and a half younger as well. So it just annoyed the crap out of me. But I feel like just Persians in general, we are fighters. If you come to know their personality, like we're quite strong-minded and willed. So I just love the sport. I don't feel like when I'm training, it's work to me. Like for me, it's fun. I love what I do. Like I absolutely love it. Obviously, we all get tired. Obviously, some days we don't want to come to the gym. That's normal. But me personally, I love competing. I love competition. I love winning. So every fight that comes my way, like it's just like pure excitement. Like I just can't wait for the next one. I love when my hands raise. Like I love the glory. Like it's been fun right from the beginning.
Going back to the Gabriela Fundora fight, do you think that you can contact your sanctioning body to move up and get a shot at the champion?
Yeah, right now though, like I said, right now my goal is to unify and become undisputed. And that's at 108 pounds for sure. I'm more comfortable at this weight. To move up to 112, there'll have to be some changes, obviously physically, getting the right sparring partners. So eventually I do want to do that. That is a goal in the next 12 months for sure. But first of all, in the next 6 months, I need to become undisputed. Like, this is just what I've said, like, after I won my world title back last year in April. Like, I want to be undisputed in the next few fights, in less than 10 fights. I think Clarissa Shields did it in just under 10. I think she might have done it in 9. So I just want to beat records.
For sure. I love your ambition. Obviously, you just told us your plan. I'm just looking at that super fight with Gabriela and looking at her last opponent in Badillo, who I thought did very, very good.
Yeah.
Probably outgunned, but half decent game plan and good footwork. I don't know. She surprised me, but she was only 5'3". You're only 5'4". So does height win fights? Because Gabriela seems to be dominating with her height and reach, and Badillo, being an inch shorter than you, really struggled.
I don't think the height matters as much as the boxing. I nothing against Gabriela Fundora. I think she has fought who she can fight, but I don't think she's fought a boxer like myself. She's fought more that aggressive brawler who comes forward, but for more that technique and boxing IQ, I don't think she's come across that just yet.
Do you think you can, like, is she predictable? Because, you know, as a person watching her fight, it seems like she's looking for straight hand, right hook, or right hook, straight hand. So is that something that can be timed, or is it easier from the outside, you know, saying it than doing it? Look at what happened to Mikey all those years ago. He thought he seen something in Earl, and it was a completely different story on fight night.
Yeah, I think it's definitely easier said than done, but I've watched a lot of her fights. We've dissected a good few, and we have our game plans that, I mean, I don't want to speak of it and what I think would beat her, because hopefully someday I get that fight. But I feel like she is predictable, and all the fights kind of do look the same, and everyone has fought her the same as well. So if I ever get that chance, you'll see something different for sure.
Absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and transition into the questions from the people, and we'll get you out of here. We got Donald in Baton Rouge. He says, would you work with Jake Paul if you got the call? I'm going to say the answer is yes, because that card, you was on the Lucas Body card, which was a Jake Paul Promotions.
Yeah. Yeah, MVP's doing some interesting things. They've talked about wanting to do more shows here in Ontario. So absolutely, I think Jake Paul is a very, very smart businessman. I think in that aspect of things, he's just hit the ball on it. And who wouldn't want to work with him? I think he is probably one of the best promoters out there, if not the best. I love my promoter, but the man's super smart. So I think that this coming year, we're going to see a lot more MVP here in Ontario as well.
So it's safe to say you'd be interested in, or not interested, but you'd be willing to do a co-promotion if he being Jake and MVP and Nikisha were interested in you.
Yeah, definitely. We've had a lot of conversations with them, and I know that they're interested in me as well. So I think that relationship will continue.
Congrats on that. We got John in Los Angeles. Hello, Sarah. What is the best advice you can give young female fighters today, and what does a training day look like for you?
Best advice would be to take the risks. Don't be afraid to take risks, and don't be afraid of what the outcome's going to be. Whether you win or lose, your day is going to continue on. Nothing's going to drastically change, especially when you start out in amateur boxing. So don't be afraid to take those leaps. And what does my training day look like? So this morning, I was up at 5:45 in the morning. I went to a Pilates class for an hour, and then at 8:30, I was in for my pad work. So later on, I will be in again for a little bit of sparring, and then that's it for me.
Nice. Next one is from Malcolm, New York City. What's the most meaningful quote you've read or heard? How has it changed your life?
What's the most meaningful quote? If it was easy, everyone would be doing it, and that is so true in every aspect of life. So, what what I am doing, 1%, less than 1% of the world, I believe, do it. So, it takes a special individual, and if it was easy, everyone would be doing it. So, give yourself credit. It's not as easy as it looks, but. Try, and again, what's the worst that can happen?
This next one is from Quest in Virginia that says, "What's up, champ? Blind rank these 5 TV shows. So it's 1
Oof.
through 5, 1 being the best, 5 being the worst, 1 at a time. Criminal Minds."
My husband loves that. 1 being the best. It's like a 3.
Okay. 911.
Oh, I haven't watched that. I don't know.
Law
5.
and Order.
4.
Master Chef.
Oh, I love cooking. 2.
American Idol.
Oh, all right. 1.
We got Michael B, an amateur fighter, says, "Hey, champ, how would you describe the boxing culture in Canada? If you could improve one thing in the Canadian boxing scene, what would you improve? Much love."
What was the first part of the question?
How do you describe the boxing culture in
How do
Canada?
I- It could be 100% better. Montreal, so Quebec, has a big boxing culture, and I feel like we all need to follow them. They televise it first on TV. Hockey comes second, whereas with us, like you have to deep dive into these streams, and now we have DAZN, luckily, but it's not as big. UFC is massive, but as in terms of boxing, we just don't have the TV networks for it, and I hope that someone comes in and changes that for us. And then the second part of the question was,
Second part is, if you could improve one thing in the Canadian boxing scene, what would you improve?
I would improve the amateur boxing side of things. We don't have the funding for the amateur boxers. So I fought for a third world country in Sierra Leone, and everything was always covered. So my travel expenses were covered, airfares, hotel, food. With Canada, I was in debt for like 5 years trying to make it work, going to the world championships, starting GoFundMe's. We do not have any funding for the athletes. So if some way we can improve that, that would make a massive difference in just our boxers. And I feel like we would have more boxing here.
The Nigerian Nightmare in Baltimore, Maryland. How do you stay motivated during the tough training sessions?
Knowing that I'm gonna be winning my next fight, like winning to me is everything. Success to me is winning. So I'm motivated just to get back on the stage, have everyone scream and shout my name. I love walking out to all my fans. That to me is the best feeling in the world.
I have Matt Bet in the Caribbean. Have you ever been hurt by a low blow? Strange.
Low blow. I can't say I have. No, luckily, no.
Major media, for people who never seen you fight before, describe your fighting style in 3 words.
Technical, 3 words. Aggressive, and technical, aggressive. What else would I say? Entertaining.
Good answer. B3 Boxing Picks out of Virginia. Thank you for your time and coming to the Boxing Voice. My question is, what are some of the sacrifices you make to be a great fighter and world champion?
So I am from Vancouver, British Columbia, and I moved over to Ontario when I was 20 years of age to pursue my boxing because in BC we didn't have much boxing, much females out there for me. So I sacrificed moving away from my family halfway across the country. I sacrificed university. I have finished 2 years of my undergrad in kinesiology, but I was traveling the world so much that I just felt like I couldn't balance the two. I'm not naturally smart, so I couldn't do online school and sport. So I sacrificed that. And I've sacrificed not having children just yet to pursue my dreams of becoming an undisputed champion.
How difficult was that? I know, quote unquote, the biological clock, and they like to express that women, want to have that need to have children. How have you been able to kind of fight that urge off, or has it just naturally not come yet?
No, the urge has been there forever, honestly.
Really?
I've been married 10 years. The urge has been there forever.
Wow,
And I wanted to be
congratulations. 10 years is a long time. Shout out to you guys.
Thank you. I've wanted to be a mom for as long as I can remember, but I just don't want to have any regrets. And once I do start having a family, I want to be there for my kids. So I just want to make sure I do everything I can in the sport right now, and even just show my kids what I did. And then it's time for me to step aside, have my children. Now I might come back into the sport. It's been done before. It's not unheard of, but I just don't want to take that step just yet, because I am just so close to these close big fights.
All right. I got Rue in the 504 New Orleans. What does the boxing fan actually get if we get to 3-minute rounds for women? I know that you're actually an advocate of that, right? You want longer rounds, correct?
I personally am not an advocate for it. I'm not going to lie.
Oh.
I'm not, because we don't get paid the same as men, and until we
With
do.
Jake Paul, you do. I just interviewed Tamara, and she debuted 3 rounds and fights 3-minute rounds, and I said, are you doing it because it's Amanda and you signed to them and your middle name's Amanda? And she's like, no, actually, I feel the same way. And I'm like, all right, but is there a financial difference? Because I've been to so many of the WBC conventions, and I see the women fighters are split. Every time I'm there, there's, let's say, 50%. They want to do it. The other 50 are saying, what are we going to 3 minutes if we're not being paid to fight 3 minutes? Tamara Tibo made it clear she's being paid to fight 3 minutes. So, yeah.
Is she though? I maybe she is. I haven't seen her contract, but I get paid well with United, fighting the 2 minutes. I can't imagine they're going to pay me the way a man gets paid for a world title at my division. I can't see that if I did 3-minute rounds. I don't think I would get equal pay at all. Why is Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano doing 2 minutes if that's the case?
For sure. Wait. Amanda Serrano and Katie did do 3 minutes.
They didn't. They've only done 2s.
One fight wasn't 3. I thought Amanda was pushing for that.
She was, and it didn't happen.
Okay. And
honestly,
they definitely got a big check in their last fight for sure.
Honestly, I will say, my personal opinion, aside from the money, I've had 6 fights now. Our bodies, I just don't think are meant for 3-minute rounds. We throw a lot of punches. My last fight, I averaged 70 punches a round. That's a lot for my weight class, and actually in general over men and women. And I feel like if that was a 3-minute round, it might actually start getting boring. It might get way too saturated. Like, it's a fast pace for us females. I feel like if it turns to 3s, not many people are going to want to watch that. My personal opinion.
Nah, for sure. Next one is from Toledo Treese. Do you think 12 3-minute rounds are necessary for women's boxing, or would you prefer 12 2-minute rounds?
I would love 12 2s. I think 10 2s is a little weak for us, especially when I come to the 10th round. I'm like, I'm not tired yet. Like, I could do another 2 rounds. So I would love the 12 2s. But I think scientifically, looking at all the facts, looking at our bone structure, looking at how we deplete water faster than men, which is apparently WBC did a testing on how our brains lose water versus men. Ours loses it a lot quicker. I think 12 2s would make the most sense.
I think that's the last one, Sarah. Let me refresh here. But in the meantime, in between time, please give out your social media And, yeah, we thank you for coming on. When you get any new fight announcement, we would love to get you on to let the audience know when and where to watch you fight. And even for the victory lap, we're locked in. Tell
Appreciate
your
that.
husband I said thank you.
Appreciate that. Sarah Bailey Boxer, and I'm at West End Athletic Club. So check us both out. I'm here literally, I want to say 24/7. I live 5 minutes from the gym, and I'm always in the gym training hard. So take a follow, click the follow button and follow along. I should be fighting, I believe, in September and hopefully December as well. So 2 more fights this year.
One quick one. Does your husband have any interaction with DeWitt Frazier, the boxing trainer in Canada?
Yeah, we're Dwight has many fighters with United as well. They come in for sparring all the time. Yeah, we connect with them all the time. They're a
Oh, nice.
great
Yeah,
crowd. Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
interviewed him. His son is usually a co-host on the show whenever he's available.
Oh,
And
nice, Josh. Yeah.
well, actually, no. Josh is the fighter.
The
The other
other
one,
one,
Ryan.
Ryan.
Yeah. But
Okay.
shout out to Josh, man. I hope he does big
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. Also United fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah, and we look forward to continuing to have you on the program.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right. There you
Take
have it,
care.
ladies and gentlemen. WBA champion Sarah Bailey. One interview down. How many more to go? 1, 2, 3, 4 more to go. Up next, Julian Hammerhands Rodriguez. You can also ask Julian a question. He is going to be taking on Avis Griffin, the newly signed knockout puncher to Most Valuable Promotions. And guess what? Yeah, he's also trained by Brian Bomac McIntyre, Red Spikes, Isu Diegas, that Terrence Bud Crawford team. He's been training with them for 3-4 fights now. That's his team. We're also going to be having Jalil Hackett on the show. Shout out to Jalil Major Hackett. He'll be on the program since breaking that leg in the sauna. Those interviews are scheduled for today. If you want to ask any of our guests a question, just head on over to the respected posts on Patreon or on YouTube members and drop a question. Don't forget, we're going to be having middleweight contender Troy Isley on the show as well. And for our very own Border Wars fighters, we're going to be interviewing Vincent Colbert on his unguarded interview today at 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Phone lines are open. We're taking calls while we wait for our next guest. Feel free to use Discord or X Spaces to communicate. Looks like we got Davidian. What it do?
Yo, what's good,
In Jesus' name. In Jesus' name.
What up, champ?
What up, champ? No, that was a great interview. I wish, the young lady nothing but success. Yeah, hopefully I can catch her fights. I do love women's boxing too, so. But the Barrios and Manny Pacquiao, as much as I love Manny, I gotta go Barrios. I'm sorry. He's just he can fight. That's Tekka. He gonna bring it. So we'll see. It would be amazing if somehow Manny did pull out another great performance, but I really do. I'm rocking with Barrios. You can put me down for Barrios winning by decision. I hope he do what he need to do. And just like you were saying earlier with the other callers, like, maybe that'll motivate him to like, yo, I'm really gonna try to beat the brakes off this legend. But we'll see. But other than that, great show, and always God bless.
Davidian, bless you, champ. Appreciate you joining us as always. Shout out to Davidian, long time listener.
In Jesus' name.
And you got to be a long time listener to even know the what that joke means. Shout out to Maurice Lee on the sound bite. Real quick, we got that $10 super chat. We never rang the bell. Don't forget that you got another call, Profound Dreamer. Shout out to Profound Dream with the fat $10 super chat. Mad Bent $105. Daily Dose. Mario runs through Emmanuel like he's trying to rescue the princess. He is too old. Alex Shakes can't save Mario. One up. Salute to you with the creative super chat. That was a throw or a play of words to Super Mario Brothers. We got DB with the $5. Salute, DB. Man, you could have just became a member and sent the $2 super chat. But hey, I can't tell you what to do with your money, player. Boots has been at 147 since 2016 and is the lineal champion. I don't fault him for moving up. If it's hard to make weight, he can't undisputed. He can undisputed at 54. I get all that, and it sounds cute, but let's not forget that what's his career-defining fight? Emancis Stanionis? Okay. I'm pretty sure that would be better if the name was Teofimo Lopez or the name was Tank Davis or the name was Devin Haney or the name was Shakur or the name was, I don't know, Richardson Hitchens. Whoever's moving up sounds like a better name. Don't get me wrong, there's sexy names at 54. You know, him and Virgil was good. Him and Conwell, I'll take, even with the one loss. That's nothing to me. You know, him and Connor Ben, I'll take at 54. I mean, I'll take whatever, but Virgil isn't a bigger name than T.O. and Dev. He has the potential to be a bigger name because of his built-in Mexican fan base, but I'm not really ready to say that Virgil today is a bigger name than T.O., Dev, Tank, Shakur, not versus Boots anyway, but I could be wrong. Listen, we're going out to the phone lines, but before we do that, don't forget we are doing the PS5 raffle. You do got to be a TBV member here on YouTube, but we are raffling off a brand new, spanking new, never before open, untouched PS5. Yes, sir. We're doing one per month here. This is our second one. Last month we actually did the glove and headgear raffle, which I still haven't sent to you, man. I'm going to send it, though. Don't you worry. You never lose with TPV. But apologies. That being said, we are doing the PS5 raffle. The days are closing in, and we will be announcing the winner soon. So get in where you fit in. You still can buy a raffle ticket. You can actually buy as many as you like for $25. So purchase your virtual raffle ticket. And, yeah, send that via Zelle or Cash App. That is the Zelle. That is the Cash App on the screen. And, you know, if you scan those QV codes with your camera phone, you can send that 25 to the respected account and make everything correctamundo. You know what I'm saying? But once again, if you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. It's going to potentially put this episode in the eyes of boxing fans that don't know we're rocking out every day, talking boxing every day. And, yeah, man, we're here for it. Let's see what we got. Phone lines are open if you want to call in. Malcolm, what's going on, New York City? Malcolm. Got to unmute, player. Himalaya. Malcolm, need to unmute, player. All right. If someone else wants to call in, now is the time. Looking like we're having some issues with Malcolm out of New York. Salute to Malcolm, though. Always dropping questions for our guests. Remember, you could take advantage of being a member and drop all our guests a question. We are loaded and booked for this weekend, so take advantage. Once again, take advantage of your membership. And if you're not a member, maybe this is a good reason to go ahead and sign up. You'll equally be supporting the show. And
yo,
Malcolm, what up?
Oh, my audio's good. My audio good.
The audio is straight.
Shout out CBV. I don't know if that's another guest or somebody's just hopping onto the panel. But
That
yeah,
is
shout out
actually
CBV.
my guest. He's 10 minutes early, so yeah, man,
Woo.
we'll get it done.
All right, for sure. I'll tune in, man. I'll tune in.
All right, let me just send him the public link to share with his fans. You know, hopefully all these fighters share the link of their interview on the live show. Damn, I'm gonna have to sit back down, bro. See, I was standing, and this looks so ugly now. Shit. Motherfucker. I got my little standing desk so I could get my steps, bro. Now, I got it. Now I got it. Oh, whoa, where you going? Let's get back down. All right, let's get him in here. Julian, what up?
Yo, what's going on? I was just about to post the thing. Is it too late?
Nah, do that. Do that and jump back on. I appreciate you, man. We need to share it. If you got some headphones, that'll be great too.
All right. Let me go back up. All
I
right,
mean, it
I'll
sounds
be
all
right
right,
back.
though. It doesn't sound like it's having any feedback.
All right, is this good?
Yep.
All right, then I'll just chill.
So we can start, or are you going to post the link?
Yeah, let me post the link and then
All right. Well, in the meantime, in between time, I will let the audience know we are joined live by Julian Hammerhands Rodriguez, top contender in the welterweight division. Been in the sport for a few years now, man. So if you don't know, tune in. This is going to be an interesting interview as I've been knowing Julian for a long time, visit him in his gym, and watched his career get to this level. So this, in my opinion, is certainly a coming out party for him potentially if he can get this win. So once he's ready, he'll jump back on. And if you want to ask Julian Rodriguez a question, feel free. You can do that by heading on over to our Patreon page and dropping him a question, and I will certainly ask him that. So we're just waiting for him to post that link and join us once again. He was a bit early, so no biggie. Malcolm, I'll take Huang on in the meantime. What's up, Huang?
Yo.
What up? What up?
Man, I know this is a Pacquiao Barrios show, but since we talking about boots, man, look, I know you saying that the bigger names.
Damn.
You want to come back to me?
Yeah, I got you.
Come back to me.
You got it. What up, champ? How are you?
what's going on, Ness? How you doing?
All good, man. It's been a minute since we talked, bro.
Yeah. A lot of life, man.
I know, bro. Full circle is coming back around. You still in Jersey?
I mean, not right now. I'm in camp. I'm out in PA. But yeah, for the most part, I'm in New Jersey. Yep.
Okay.
Bergen
So
County.
this is a good fight, bro. This is actually a dangerous fight. The both of you guys are punchers. Obviously, you go by the name Hammerhand, so it's obvious you can punch. Griffin he's a puncher, and then he's been with the Bo Mack and Brian McIntyre, Red Spikes, and Isu Dieguez camp, that training camp with Terrence Crawford for about 4 fights. He's been getting that elite level sparring, with the Keyshawn Davises and the Kelvins and the Keons and everyone in that camp and here in Las Vegas, man. This is a coming out party for you if you can get this win, bro. How excited are you for this opportunity in the welterweight division on such a big stage? Julio Cesar Chavez versus Jake Paul, pay-per-view.
Man, I'm definitely excited for this opportunity. I am grateful. I would have to thank my manager, Dmitry Popova, for really, really working for me, man. So it's been a while since I didn't have representation, and now that I do, I've been seeing a lot of movement and a lot of traction. Um, I've had some fights in the last few years without management, and just it's hard to get on these smaller shows with my pedigree, my resume. So I took that time to really form my team, a strong team, and yeah, there's a lot to look forward to. Um, I'm very grateful to be a part of this card. Headlined by Jake Paul and the whole MVP promotions. They've been nothing but respectful and professional, and I look forward to putting on a great show with Avius.
So if you can touch on that, obviously you were one of the first, and I think maybe only, I want to say maybe Freildes Rojas Jr. is signed to James Prince, but I believe at the time you were the first only Latin-born fighter with James Prince. What happened? Did you leave? Did he cut you? Because people don't get out of a
No, there
James
was
Prince contract.
yeah. There was no cutting. I never even got cut from Top Rank, so there's a lot of false narratives. But I understand how the boxing game goes, so it's okay. But no, the contract just it's just ran its course. We waited for it to be done. There were you know certain
Man,
promoters that wanted to go with, and I didn't think, at the time, I just didn't see anything coming from the management that I did have, so we couldn't reach a conclusion or a way to move forward. And with all that being said, I still have nothing but respect for them, and the things I've learned, and in all, it was a learning process. The more you experience in this game, the more you come out a better person, a better man, and yeah.
so if you didn't get cut from Top Rank, what happened with that situation? Why wouldn't you stay with them, being as though they had the television deal with ESPN and it could just help your development and star power?
The contract ran out after 8 years being with them, and that's sort of the reason why I signed with Jake Prince, because I didn't feel like I was um, being represented fairly, in my opinion, at that time. But that's water under the bridge. That contract just ran out, so I was looking forward to moving towards a different promoter, but I needed certain certificates or documentation from James Prince in order to do so, and it just took a very long time for me to be able to do that. So
So he wasn't easy with the release.
uh I wouldn't say him per se. There wasn't any, again,
Antonio Leonard Sr.
no, I wasn't involved with him on a legal base, but I just again, it wasn't as
Some
smooth as I would
hiccups. We
like it
could
to
leave it
be.
at there. No worries, champ.
Right,
We could
right,
leave it
yeah.
at there.
The boxing world, you know how it goes, man. So again, I learned more about the game, and at the end of the day, it's business. And again, I still have nothing but respect for what they did do for me, and that's how I'd like to leave that.
So when did you get this religious, or is this just for the fight?
Since I'm 9 years old, brother.
Really?
Yeah.
But you're not Cuban, right? Aren't you like Puerto
I
Rican
am
descent?
Cuban.
Oh, you are Cuban.
No, my
Okay, no,
mother's
I see
Cuban.
the
Yeah.
beads. I'm Caribbean, so I see the beads, and I
Okay.
exactly know what that is associated with. But I thought it was mostly Cubans. I don't get me wrong, we got hella Puerto Ricans that deal with it. I just
Yeah,
never
yeah.
knew you were Cuban. That's crazy all this time. I be seeing your dad.
Yeah.
So wait, is he Cuban too?
No, so my mother is of Cuban and Irish descent,
Okay.
and my father is Colombian and Dominican.
Oh wow. I never knew Alex was Dominican all this time, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Alex. To be fair, Alex was my stepdad,
Oh,
and he's still gonna be involved in my camp. You know what I mean? We just spoke recently, so he's a busy guy. He's the number one ring guy
I
in the
know.
world now. You know what I mean? So,
In the world is
um,
true, bro. He's all over the
yeah,
place.
man.
That's so crazy,
Yeah,
right? Imagine buying a ring
yeah.
and then every promoter in the game wants to use your ring. That's almost insane,
Right.
bro. What a
Well, it
blessing
says a
for
lot
him.
about says a lot about his professionalism and his character. So
Yeah, man. So I ain't gonna front, bro. I was kind of pissed off you was going viral for a knockout over Tank 30 years ago. I'm like, bro, how is this
Right,
kid
right.
going viral for something that like at right now doesn't matter? But I'm not a fighter. So first and
Yeah.
foremost, I apologize for that. But can you explain what does that mean today? Like you knocked out Tank, or is you going? I
Yeah,
mean,
it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean
yeah.
anything today. Yeah,
But
so
why
what
do you
happened
think
was I
the
was
internet is
completely
picking that up so much? I know you
because
had to
it's shock
notice, like, wow,
value.
this interview was fucking blown up.
Right, it's shock value. So here's what happened. I went on a regular podcast over here in New Jersey, not really boxing affiliated. And they started asking about my life and big names I've been in the ring with. And I started telling them Manny Pacquiao, Ruslan Provodnikov, Tank Davis. And because he's such a trending star, the interviewer asked me, "Oh, you've been in the ring with Tank Davis." So I explained the whole situation. Like, yeah, we were sparring partners coming up, my stepdad took me all across the country to spar all these, great talents. And we were 16. We fought twice. The first fight was a great fight, back and forth. I overlooked him because I've been sparring him all those years, and I thought he was still the same little tank. But he learned a lot in the years that we didn't spar leading up to that fight. And it was a good fight, but I dropped him in that fight. But he had a great punch. He's asking me about his power, stuff like that. I spoke about the second fight. The second fight was like a joke. Like he kind of trolled me in the fight because we had a big tournament the week after. I think it was the JOs or something like that. So we had a big tournament a week after. So as soon as the bell rang, he ran around the ring and was laughing at me the whole time. So like I won the fight, but it wasn't even a fight. And me explaining the story, there was a boxing page, I forgot which one it was, that chopped it up and made it sound like, that said all the negative things. Like, yeah, I dropped them and I got the video, so I'm going to drop it on, like, and just made it sound like I was like talking shit about him. And then when that clip went viral, Tank slid into my DMs and was saying like, regular Tank type of stuff, stuff about my children and about my stepdad and stuff like that, which is that shit don't work with me, but I understand it. But that's what happened. So at that point, once he's sitting there saying all these things, like, all right, now I'm gonna double down, and that's it. You want to take it to a certain level, I'll take it there too. Granted, and I'm still saying it now, that shit don't matter now. Obviously, it's very obvious. You know what I mean? I'm not an idiot, but you can't get mad if I'm gonna sit there and tell my story, especially if I'm being respectful about it. And that it is what it is. He just didn't like. He's a sensitive dude. It is what it is.
Yo, I say that all the time. It's not just him though. I feel like fighters in general. I don't know how you deal with the critique, and obviously we can touch on that. You suffered your first loss to Jose Pedraza, a former two-time champion. How did you take the social media reaction to people calling you names or saying you weren't as good as they thought or as good as you think you are because you suffered that loss? Because I feel like fighters, they can't take the criticism, bro. They can't take the
Yeah.
criticism.
Well, to be honest, I didn't really take it, that poorly because in my mind, I knew exactly what happened in that fight. I shouldn't even went into the fight. So, I'm not going to speak on the actual
Nah,
reasonings why
nah,
because
nah, nah, nah,
I
nah, nah.
already, yeah,
Nah,
yeah, I'm not going to do
Julian.
that.
Nah,
But
nah, 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 Julian.
yeah,
That shit was
so
4 years ago. We need to know now.
right.
If there was
I've
something,
already no,
we
I've
need
already
to
said it. I
know.
already said it. And my team doesn't want me keep revisiting that shit. People can go on Google or YouTube it, whatever. I shouldn't have went into the fight. It was my last fight with Top Rank, and I honestly was trying to run out of that contract. And I also was dealing with some really heavy injuries where a lot of other fighters immediately pull out from. And I tried to push through it, you know what I mean? And I didn't do it. I was thinking of that fight as like my flu game for Jordan. If I would have won, cool, it would have been a great story to be like, yo, I came in here with this, and this happening and blah, blah, blah. But it didn't happen that way. But I took that chance and I fucking lost. You know what I mean? So I didn't really take it. I didn't really take it too hard as far as what the general public thought of it, but I did take it. I had some thinking to do as far as the people that were around me and the lack of support that I had at that time from people that I thought wouldn't, you know, uh, I guess, sway the other way or have negative things to say about that. You know what I mean? So, but that shit don't matter to me. That's all. I don't really care about what the audience has to say as far as the negativity or whatever. I'm here to trying to feed my family, and at the end of the day, my grandkids are going to be proud of the things that I have done in my life. So that's all I care about, to be honest with you.
So, how'd this fight come about? I know you give the credit to your attorney and, or excuse me, your manager at the moment. But walk me through the phone call and I guess the decision process, because have you watched Griffin fight? Like, this is a serious fight to come back to. It's not. Normally a fighter wanting to get a tune-up. Like, this is
Yeah.
no tune-up.
Well, I just had a tune-up in September. Quayshawn Toller, 17-2. Been around, skillful guy. First fight at 147. Or I think it was the second fight, maybe 147. Yeah. But yeah, my manager has been in contact with them, with MVP for a while. There's also other companies we've been in contact with, and we were just seeing what type of opportunities were going to present themselves while we were just kept in the gym, keep in shape. And sure enough, this opportunity came and fell onto our lap. And, Dimitri ran it by me, and I okayed it within 2 minutes.
Within 2 minutes, so you already were familiar with Griffin. You didn't need to look him up or
Nah,
anything, or
no,
you
I
don't do
wasn't.
that?
It takes me 2 minutes to go and look up what I need to look up, and yeah,
What
I
does
think
a
it's a
fighter
great
look
fight for
up
me.
in 2 minutes? What do you look up? Like, I mean, it takes longer to watch film, so it's definitely not film.
No, I mean at this level and with my level of experience, it takes me 30 seconds to dissect someone's reaction time, to dissect how quick their feet are, how quick their hand speed is, what type of fighters they've been in there with, their resume, their lifestyle, things of that nature. And also, I know where I'm at right now, so there is no more time for, these training wheels or talking about tune-ups or nothing like that. You know what I mean? I just turned 30 years old, so I know I do have a lot left in the sport, considering I haven't really taken much damage or been in like wars or anything like that. So that's it. It's the time is now.
I ain't gonna front, Julian. This fight, it took it over the edge for me. I
Hmm.
was not looking to purchase Jake Paul and Julio Cesar Chavez whatsoever. And I'm a Jake Paul fan. I've bought all his pay-per-views. But Julio at this point is just not it. But when they put Schofield and Farmer and Griffin and Rodriguez, I told my audience right away, I'm all in. This is a very interesting fight for me. So shout out to you
Right,
for
right.
taking it. And I've interviewed Griffin a couple days ago. And being here in Vegas the last 4 years, 3 years, I've watched him work. I know this is a serious fight. So shout out to you for taking it. Shout out to you for making this card worth our money, first and foremost. I'm going to get to some fan questions, but before I do want to ask about your, singing. Are you still into singing and rapping? I know that's was one of your things, and you were not bad.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm more into the producing space now. I feel like that's where the money is as far as syncing and all that stuff. But I put that on the back burner for now because I'm in my 30s already. I gotta really ride out the rest of this boxing career to my full potential. This needs 100% of my time and focus. Throughout my 20s and early 20s and stuff, I really spread myself thin in terms of my interests and my hobbies and stuff, whereas boxing should have been 100% on my mind at all times. Granted, the times I would really dip into my music were times where I was dealing with little injuries or something that I didn't really want to announce. So from the general public, it looked like maybe I wasn't focused, but that could have been a time where I was dealing with an injury for 8 months or so. So I dove into something to keep me sane because my body only recognizes itself when it's in the ring and when I'm a fighter. So there's certain things I would have to do to keep myself aligned. But as far as right now, I got to ride out the rest of this boxing career and give it all that I have, bro. And then after that, I can do music until I got wrinkles coming down my face, man. But right now it's about boxing and my children.
How was it growing up in Hoboken, New Jersey, and how'd that shape your boxing career? Was there a boxing scene there, or did you have to relocate, I guess, to get good work and to kind of hone in on your skills?
Right. Well, I mean, I was born in Hoboken, but I was raised in North Bergen, still Hudson County. And yeah, Hudson County has a lot of boxing history. James Braddock, you got Al Cerdo was running around in those areas. You had the Bayonne Bleeder running around too. But as far as at that time, for me growing up, there wasn't many sparring partners or boxing wasn't really a big thing in that town. So, we had to relocate to, well, the gym was in Patterson. So instead of going to the North Bergen gym, we started going to Patterson, and man, there was 50 kids in that gym. And every time I walked in there, they would side eye me, and you felt the animosity and the competitiveness in those gyms, and that's what really brought the best out of me. And also in Hudson County, it's predominantly a Latin cultures. You got Cubans, you got Puerto Ricans and Colombians and stuff. So I think boxing is very big in those type of countries as well, Puerto Ricans and Cubans and things like that. So it's just always around, man. So yeah, that's pretty much. But I started to get good once I started to make that move to Patterson.
Is it too much pressure to put on yourself to be going into this fight looking to steal the show, knowing so many eyes are going to be on it because it's a Jake Paul card? Or is it just better to focus on getting the win?
No, I like the pressure. It brings the best out of me. Uh, yeah, that's I'm able to utilize.
Looks like we got. All right, he's back.
Yeah, I'm able to utilize it to really get me that bring the best out of me and provide that energy that I need.
And being as though you had that situation with Tank, what is your thoughts on that knee he took? Did you feel he deserved to get, a knockdown for that and that Roach deserved the win?
Personally, I do think so. Especially when they replayed it on the with the replay. He did get hit with a shot to the eye. It was a little flick to the eye, but you could see that it knocked him off his focus. He started blinking his eye and then took the knee. So it was caused by a punch, even if it was a swiping type of punch. But yeah, I mean, he got hit right in his eyeball and took a knee. So and judging by the scorecards where they were at, without scoring that as a knockdown, yeah, I mean, if they scored that as a knockdown, it would have been that should have been Lamont Roach's victory.
And how do you see that rematch work playing out now?
It's tough to say, man, because a lot of people who were keeping their eyes on Tank that I know, like coaches and things like that, they all kind of said that they didn't feel like he was that focused. And of course, when you're swimming in all that money, I mean, who really knows? You know what I mean? Especially a kid from Baltimore. So I don't know. Maybe he just caught slacking. Maybe Lamont Roach came and seized the opportunity at hand. I guess we're gonna have to wait for the second fight to really see.
So I got a couple more questions here. We got Rue in the 504. How did your team get you on to this MVP promotions card?
My manager Dimitri is just extremely business savvy, man, and he knows how to speak to people. He's a great person, and I think when you put that type of energy out there and you're a go-getter as a manager, I think that these are the rewards that you reap, you know, or these opportunities. So just staying in contact with them and, you know, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I am 23-1, and I'm in a place now where, I got to start making some noise and start making some moves. So as a team, we understood that, and yeah, so far so good.
Do you feel like you have a chip on your shoulder because of the way that things transpired with Top Rank and with James Prince, do you feel that you have something to prove to yourself and to the boxing world?
I did for a while, but then I kind of outgrew that, and I matured, and I understand that this is the nature of the business. I understand also that whether I agree with what happened or not, I still have to take accountability for a lot of things that may have caused that type of route, you know? So, um, yeah, there's no resentment or anything like that. This is just solely for me and my journey and my children and my family's sake. What I'm doing now, moving forward, there's no animosity towards anybody. I just understand the nature of the business. I have to take accountability for choosing this path in my life, and I don't. I have to give it the rest of my remaining years. I have to give it all I have in this sport, and however I land, brother.
Absolutely. We got El Consejero from Washington State. Julian, appreciate your time. How do you take care of your mental health, especially before a fight?
Well, me being in the gym is actually like my personally my greatest form of therapy. But I am looking to you know think about the therapy aspect of things, because when someone does have a lot of pressure and a lot of people riding on them, it can weigh heavy on the shoulders. But I also dive into my faith. Once I'm spiritually, physically, and mentally aligned, I'm the strongest version of myself. I know this all the time. So sometimes it's easy to let things get to you and take you off of your momentum. But as long as you have those things and a strong support system at home, my parents, my mother, my father, my uncles, my grandparents, my children, man, my children are my best friends. So, I'll never have to deal with betrayal from these people. I'll never have to deal with lies from these people. They have my back, and I feel like with their support, I can conquer the world.
I have Kentrell in the UK. What's the one thing that went well in your career and the one thing that went bad that you wish you could change?
Well, I mean, what went well was that the fact that I turned pro signing with Top Rank when I was 18 years old. You know what I mean? With a great team behind me, um, a huge ticket seller in the New Jersey area. And, a lot of people say that maybe it wasn't because of me or maybe it was my management. No, it was me. It was me and my team, Butch, my stepdad, Alex, everyone in the area that sold tickets, my family, my uncles, everyone contributed to my success, and including my manager too. But there's just a lot of things that in terms of opportunity that went well. Me fighting in Madison Square Garden, the greatest venue in the world, multiple times, 5, 6 times. It's just a lot of great things. Fighting on ESPN when I was in 2019 to 2021. That was a great run for me. The things that I wish I didn't endure were the injuries. I had a lot of injuries because I believe I trained like I was a pro fighter by the time I was 9 years old, man. So I would wake up every morning at 5 a.m. to run 5 miles and go to school. I would be falling asleep in school, coming out of school, going right to the gym for hours, coming back home, eating a salad and going right to bed so I can do it again the next day. I think over time and all the amateur experience I had 230 fights. I think it just weighed heavy on my body, man. So by the time I turned pro, within a few years, I had to get my first surgery done. So within 3 years or so, and there were just little dips in my career where I had to do with injury. So that's sort of what I wish I didn't have to go through, but it's part of my story. And a lot of fighters would have left the sport by now because multiple surgeries and things like that. But I'm still pushing through, and I'm not nowhere near. I feel like I haven't even reached my prime yet. So like, it's hard for me to even say because I'm very capable. My training is tremendous. I have a great team. My coach is a Russian guy. His name is Bek Tuichuyev. He was teammates with Bival growing up. Great style. He's great for my mental strength. And yeah, man, I feel like with my team, the sky's the limit. So there's a lot of ups and downs, but I think that just contributes to my story. That's what makes me unique. And yeah, my family will be proud of me.
All right. Next one is from TZ in Atlanta. Is it any lessons you gained after the fight with Pedraza?
Um, yeah, I promised myself I would never go back into the ring less than 100% ever again, especially a fight of that magnitude. Because if I would have just, postponed it for a little while, or maybe 2 months or so, 3 months until I recovered, I think I still would have been in good graces with everybody and things like that. But it didn't work out that way, and a lot of people were kind of turned off by not only the performance, but you know the months after that, and it's just it. I just again I have to take accountability because instead of relying on other people, I should have took the matter into my own hands and made my own decisions. And at this point in my career, I make my own decisions.
Absolutely. Next one is from Alex Vega from Palm Beach, South Florida. So, I'm sure it's been mentioned already, but you did an interview speaking on your previous amateur fight with Tank. Many might not know, but you actually shared the ring with many future pros such as Blair Cobbs, Lubin, Jamel Herron, Robert Easter. Besides that Tank knockdown, what is a highlight from your amateur days that sticks out the most?
Oh man, shit, it's tough, man. It's all kind of a blur to me, to be honest with you, because every year looked like the same thing to me, traveling to the same tournaments because I was the top dog in the amateurs, man. So I was always at the top tournaments, fighting the top level competition. Kenneth Sims, Robert Easter. Robert Easter actually was a great story because that was, I believe, the semifinals in the Reload tournament for the Olympic Trials 2012, and Adrian Broner was there betting money on Robert Easter. I had my Region 1 New York people betting money on my behalf, and we took Adrian's money that night. But it was a great fight, man. That guy was towering over me, sort of like a Avius Griffin. I'm sure Robert Easter's taller than him, but it was like I used my expertise, my experience, and then once I felt like I had the fight in the bag, then I started pressing and landing these bigger shots. But yeah, there's a lot of great memories, a lot of traveling I've done, a lot of learning I've done. You learn as a person when you experience what the world has to offer. Meeting new people, seeing new places, and experiencing a lot of things that maybe other people around your age aren't experiencing. And I was privileged and fortunate to have that all my life. I was traveling the world since I was 9 years old. I was already ranked number one in the country by the time I was nine, and I kept that up throughout all my amateur experience. For the most part, I was either one or two. Very rarely did I lose in the preliminary stages of the tournament, but it did happen occasionally. I think the Silver Gloves, for some reason, man, I could never. I mean, I did win it the last year, and I got Best Fighter of the Tournament award. But man, I always lost in that tournament, and it was like a running joke within my family that the Silver Gloves, man, and that was a tough one, and it wasn't even the biggest tournament, but yeah, man, it was just memories, and yeah, throughout all those times, I actually started sparring pros by the time I was 12. So my assistant coach, Butch Sanchez, used to train Carlos Tamara, who took the belt from Brian Valoria, and I believe he was 108 or something around there. And at 12 years old, I was around that weight too. So I had a lot of experience, man. So running through these amateurs, it was you could tell I was on a different level.
Absolutely. Up next, we got Ali and Dago. What are your top three favorite fighters of all time?
I'm going to go with Salvador Sanchez. I'm going to go with Roberto Duran. And, just because of who I know him to be, I'm going to say Manny Pacquiao.
Uh-oh. Now you know I got to ask, do you think he's going to be Barrios? We're actually discussing today that if Barrios should feel disrespected, that Terrence Crawford is saying Pacquiao would beat him. And it's not just Crawford. Most people are giving Pacquiao the edge at 46 years old with 4 straight years out of the ring. Who do you think wins that fight?
That's a tough one, brother, to be honest with you, man. You know, Father Time is undefeated in this game, and I'm not sure how well he prepared for his last showing with that exhibition, but I don't know, man. He's a man of faith. I can never count him out, man. He's been doing this his whole life. I mean, it's just a matter of him being in good shape. He's not gonna forget how to throw a right hook, you know what I mean, or that devastating straight left hand. But, you know, there's been times where he's been counted out before, where, when he fought Keith Thurman, and I was sitting there right there ringside, man, and it's amazing, man, to see how someone, how a legend carries himself inside and outside the ring. And because of that, I think, and that guy has nothing to prove, man. When you have nothing to prove, you have fun with boxing. You go into the gym with a smile on your face. He's made the money. He has the notoriety. He has the support that he needs. He's already established. So this boxing thing is strictly for his happiness and what he likes to do. He's pursuing it. Sort of like Jake Paul. Like, he doesn't have to box. So the fact that he does box it, whereas on the contrary, there's people who feel like they need boxing to feed their family, or maybe it's their best thing that they know how to do in their lives, or maybe they just put all their eggs into boxing and they don't have anything else to do in to as a plan B. So and that causes a lot of stress for people and a lot of pressure, and boxing may not be this fun thing or fun happy thing, whereas with Manny it is. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough to give you a definitive answer, but I'm always rocking with Manny. So that's who I believe will. That's who I want to pull it off.
I have Rod in LA. What went wrong with Top Rank after the split? They haven't gotten any interest from, no, excuse me, have you gotten any interest from PBC Matchroom, Golden Boy, or MVP Promotions? You've already answered the Top Rank part. If you want to address
Yeah,
anybody from
yeah.
these
So
other companies reaching out.
yeah, there was no problem afterwards with Top Rank. They were very professional and giving me the documents I needed to show that I was out of the contract and things like that. I didn't, again, to reiterate, I didn't get cut from Top Rank. That was my last fight on the contract. I was with them for 8 years, man. So, and they extended the extension. So it's not like they weren't interested in working with me. If they're the ones that extended my contract. So, especially when I got with Jay Prince. As far as the other, what was the other part of the question?
If you've gotten any interest from PBC, Matchroom, any of the other big box promoters.
Right. Yeah, there's definitely interest. There's offers that have been made. Some of the offers that were made at a time where I was trying to form my team and kind of restructure my whole organization, if you will. So some of them I had to turn down for the moment. But yeah, we were even Top Rank. Top Rank's willing to play ball. Obviously, MVP is willing to play ball. I have, I'm in talks with TKO, with Dana White. So we're on our way, man. We have a lot of things
Whoa.
at hand.
Whoa. We got Ags now. That TKO thing, did you see anything different than what was being promoted on the internet as the quote unquote payouts for potential TKO fighters? Like
Yes.
so we don't need you to tell us what they were offering you, but can you just confirm or deny that the internet made that up and that's nothing what TKO is offering, or was that close to the truth?
Um, no, the internet always has a way of twisting things. Um, but again, and it's different. There's different contracts for different people, I believe. If you're a superstar heavyweight or whatever, and they seem to cater a lot to heavyweights, maybe the numbers might be different on that contract. I don't know, but people just have to. Again, I'm assuming that this is the general public. The casual fans. No disrespect, but everyone's contracts are different. It all depends on what you bring to the table. And yeah, I did see I have my contract, and I did sign it. So
Oh.
I am signed with TKO.
Oh. Okay. And they let you fight on MVP.
Yes, because there's a period of time before the contract kicks in, because they're not having their shows at this moment. So they're allowing me to go and exercise other promoters and stay busy.
Now, how does that work? What if you blow up? What if you knock out this dude? They haven't offered you anything or guaranteed you anything, but you're obligated to them on paper. What if MVP wants you because you knocked out Griffin live on pay-per-view?
Well, then tell the money man to put his money where his mouth is. You know what I mean? Tell Mr. Jake Paul to make something happen if that's the case. But right now, I'm signed with TKO, and I'm looking forward to everything that they're bringing to the sport. I'm hearing things from behind the scenes too, and I'm very excited about how they're gonna approach boxing. And I think boxing needs to be refreshed. This, like, think what you want about the whole Jake Paul thing. I know a lot of fighters hate on him and stuff, but I think he's a marketing genius, man. And I think he's also providing a great platform for us fighters who have been in the game for a long time, to showcase our talent. And all his fights, or most of his fights, have a great undercard stacked up against, leading up to his fight. So it's a lot of cross promotion going on, and it's like a breath of fresh air. I think boxing needed that. I feel like a lot of boxing has been ran by people stuck in their ways, or outdated structures or business plans, or people that are just solely moving boxing in a way that benefits themselves only. So I'm starting to like it. Again, remember, guys, this is a form of entertainment. So, I know this is the gentleman's sport, but you got to be with the times, man. And as of now, I think Jake is doing a great job. I think Dana White and Turkey Al-Sheikh are doing a great job. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited that boxing is being brought together. Of course, there are some minor tweaks that need to happen, but I think the general direction of where it's going is very beneficial for boxing, fighters, all of it.
Was it simple as whatever was on the contract that made you pull the trigger just because, like you're the first, right? You're the first and you don't have any example of what it is they can do. So it's kind of dangerous territory, or at least newfound territory, right? I mean, yeah, you have experience. You've seen multiple contracts. What was, I guess, the tipping point that made you say, yeah, I'm going to take a chance with this new company?
Well, I have a great support system and legal system behind me. Again, Dimitri, my manager, and one of my lawyers, Jamal, has been extremely just hands-on in the process. And I'm very protected. And also the people that we've spoke to. I think we're very much anticipating for them to do the right thing with boxing, and for them to think outside the box. And yeah, we're just very excited about what they have, what their plans are.
I have the Nigerian nightmare. How do you stay motivated during the tough training sessions? Did I ask you that already?
How do I stay motivated? Well, when I go away for camp, man, it's all that I had time to think about. So I wake up, I run, I do my strength and conditioning. I get back, I'm eating breakfast, I shower, and I study the boxing game, or I study things that motivate me, where it's stuff with Kobe Bryant or maybe Tim Grover, or I read books about warfare, or I speak to my family. My family is my number one source of motivation, and I need to do this for them. So, and also for myself. But it's there's so many things that I can pick from, that where I can, you know, get that motivation that I need to push through the next training session, or yeah. And as I progress in the camp, it makes me feel more confident, more motivated, when I'm starting to see these abs pop through, and that number on the scale coming down, and me putting in great work in the gym. Seeing my team happy motivates me also.
We have major media says, I love this question. If your fighting style were a car, what car would it be?
Damn. I would say the Lamborghini Urus.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
speed, but it's comfortable. It's luxury. You can cruise if you need to. It's a very versatile. That's what I'll say.
Absolutely. Next one is from Toledo Treese in Ohio that says, what's your thoughts on bare knuckle boxing?
Um, you know what? I haven't really thought about it too much. I do hear that they're paying very well. There's a good friend of mine from where I live. He's actually a bare knuckle boxer, Jimmy Rivera. So he was once in the UFC, and he invited me to come over there to spar with some of his guys, but I already left for camp. But the other day I saw him. I was with my children. I saw him on the boulevard, man, and Market Street, and his nose was all crooked. He had a black and blue eye. I'm like, oh man, what's going on with you? What's going? You having a tough sparring day or something? And he's telling me about the bare knuckle situation. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, as far as me, I don't think I would probably. I don't think I would do that. But to each their own, man. There's a few people I know that are actually involved with that organization. And there's these type of organizations popping up left and right, man. You got Power Slap, you got Bare Knuckle now, there's a whole bunch of things, man. So again, combat sports, it's evolving, and I'm excited for it.
I got Malcolm, New York City. Blind rank these 3 fast food spots: McDonald's, Wendy's, Chick-fil-A. He put 3, but he put 5, so I guess the 3 was a typo. Burger King, Popeyes. What order would you put those?
I would do Chick-fil-A number 1, number 2 Wendy's, number 3. Damn, wait, hold on a second, because McDonald's is,
Them
you
fries.
know,
I love the
I
McDonald's
know that's what
fries.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Damn. Yeah, but the burgers for Wendy's. Damn, I'm gonna have to put McDonald's number 2, then Wendy's number 3, and then Popeyes, and then what was the other one? The
Burger
last one.
King.
Yeah, Burger King could stay there.
All right. Huang out of Houston. How would you rank these welterweight dogs? Blair Cobbs, Abel Ramos.
Uh, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't. Blair Cobbs is a character. I mean, he's an awkward guy. Maybe he's strong or something. I don't know. He's been awkward since the day that I fought him when we were younger. Um, he was trying to be my friend in the weigh-in line and everything, like very animated guy. But it's good to see that he's still around, man. Abel Ramos, is that the one that Ugas fought?
No, that's the one. Well, I think Ugas fought him too, but Barrios just had to draw with him on the Jake Paul card with Tyson.
Okay. Um, yeah, I mean it's the tough Mexican fighter that comes forward, you got to be in shape for those guys, and those guys have a granite chin, man. So I don't know. I mean, those two fighters specifically, I mean, they're doing their thing, and I wish them the best.
We got Mr. Savi that says, what do you think about Tank potentially fighting Jake Paul at 195 plus when there's plenty of 35 pounders?
I mean, I think the fight itself is crazy, but you know, he's at a stage right now where he's used to already these $5+ million payouts, obviously more, but I'm just saying on the lower side. So I mean, if he's talking about retirement and he's talking about I want to go to college and I want to do things I never did in my life before and stuff, well, that's one way to solidify your future, to be able to do all those things, man. So I can't hate on it, can't blame him for it. I would too get that, take that opportunity and eat a few steaks and get up there to 195. It wouldn't be hard for me. So, you know, as far as skill level, I don't think there's a comparison, but Jake is a big man, and compared to Tank, and you just never know, man. You just never know. And people, again, you're catering at this point to a certain audience, and I think their marketing strategy will be beneficial to them and their pockets.
Do you think it's not a real fight because of the size advantage? Can Tank actually be hurt because of the size advantage, or you think it's an exhibition? There'll be rules in place so that neither man gets hurt.
You never know, man. You never know what the higher ups are doing behind the scenes or how they're planning things out. Tank is very protected, and he has a very like a business mogul that's behind him, and I doubt that you know that man would risk Tank, kind of, unless the money is astronomical. But do I think he could get hurt? Yeah, of course he can get hurt. You know what I mean? He could take a wrong punch to the shoulder, or he could, and tear his labrum. Or he could try to go and reach for a hook, and Jake Paul's big ass moves into his shoulder a certain way, and now his shoulder's torn. That's actually what happened the first time around with my shoulder. I was sparring Peter Dobson, and he was being wild in the sparring, and he just had an awkward style. No disrespect or anything like that, but sparring him, I tweaked my shoulder a certain way, and I tore my labrum. That was the first time I ever had an injury, a real injury. But yeah, things happen like that. Things. So I mean, if the benefits are worth more than the risk, it is what it is. You got to take that chance sometimes.
All right. And it looks like we got Rodney that says, did you ever spar Shakur? And if so, how'd it go? Both being from Jersey, I'm sure y'all did, no?
No, we never did. I would love
What?
to spar him. Yeah, we never did. I mean, I was always a little bigger than him, and I think there was a time that maybe his grandfather asked my stepdad, but I don't know if I was around at that time or we were in different states or something like that. I'm not sure, but yeah, man, I've seen him grow up since he was a young kid, bro. Since I would go to his gym. It was in the Newark projects, in like a basement room with like leaks everywhere, and a strobing light that never stood on. Like, it looked like you were in the hood, in the basement. It looked like the gym that Apollo took Rocky to. You know what I mean? So like, but I would spar his older teammates, and he's even fought some of my teammates before, and yeah. I mean, him and his team always welcomed us with open arms, and I would love to get that work now, man. All the work I can get, for me to get me to 100% or whatever. I would love that.
All right. I have one more, and that is from Mr. Quick out of Washington. He says, you seem like an intelligent, well-educated man. Props. Take away rapping, singing, producing. What's a passion you'd want to dive deep into outside of boxing that will supplement wealth when it's all said and done, and why?
Ideally, it would be real estate development.
Man,
There's
development,
a
huh? What you trying to build?
yeah, apartment
Condos?
units,
Okay.
right? Apartment units, maybe some commercial, units on the ground floor with apartment units above. There's a lot of those type of buildings going around in this area. I've also, throughout my boxing career, I've had investors and things like that that were in that field. My co-manager now, Stephen Baharnis, ex-NFL player, is also a real estate developer. And seeing him going through his journey is very motivating for me. And I'm learning, and I'm always asking him questions. There's other things too. Any type of real estate things, there's also things where you can rent out, construction type of gear or vehicles, and then you utilize things that way, rent them out to other companies that may need them. Or there's so many things. It's just as far as the real estate game in general. But yeah, I think that's where the money is, man. I think that's how you generate long-term wealth, as opposed to just someone trying to be rich or something like that. So, and I'm already instilling this into my son. I'm already instilling how important real estate is, and understanding the long-term wealth and things of that nature.
Well, champ, those are all my questions. I want to thank you for coming on the show. It's been a minute, but I'm glad that we were able to connect and get this interview down. Wish you the best of luck. Like I said, man, if it wasn't for this fight and the Floyd and Farmer fight, I wouldn't be buying it. So shout out to you and Avis Griffin for making this card that much better for us. Give out
Thank
your
you for
social
having
media if
me.
I haven't already said that.
Yep.
I apologize.
Yep. Thank you for having me, man. It's always a pleasure, man. We go way back, me and you, Ness. Um, and I'm doing this for my people, man. Para mi gente. So I gotta give it all I got. You know what I mean? And it's for my children. Uh, and I'm not gonna let my people down. I'm coming with everything, and I know he's gonna be ready, and I hope he is, so he can put on a good show. And thank you to Jake Paul and Most Valuable Promotions, for putting this together and including me in this show. They've been nothing but professional, but now it's go time. It's time to mess the money up a little bit. You know what I mean? So all my socials are Team Hammerhands, and be on the lookout and tune in, because it's gonna be a show. It's gonna be a night of fireworks, and I'll see you on June 28th.
All right, champ. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Julian Hammerhands Rodriguez. Appreciate your time, champ. Getting back to the regularly scheduled program, obviously we are taking calls. We're talking Gallegos Cole going down live on the zone. I'm hoping that Khalil Cole can get it done in this rematch and, get back to good standings with the boxing public, with his fight fans, and with Matchroom. Last thing we want to see is our good friend Khalil Cole get cut. Don't forget, we're still conducting one more interview, and that's going to be with Troy Isley. That'll be a little bit later. If you want to ask him a question, now is the time to do so. You can go ahead and drop your question on his respected post. Troy Isley post is on Patreon, also on YouTube members. So find that post, drop him a question. Troy is going to be on that June 7th card, Keyshawn Davis undercard. Keyshawn takes on Delo Santos. And yeah, man, we're rocking and rolling. Phone lines are open. Anybody wants to call in, now is the time. We got Mr. Quick with the $5 super chat. And he says, having these great women fighters on with No I Mean around is nasty. Well, the issue with that is Amin has a day job. I wish he could be on every day, but he got to take care of the fam. Also, we did have round one trying to jump on. I don't know what happened, though. I don't know. Maybe he's going to get back on. Shout out to round one. He had some success in Philly when he went out to cover the amateur fights. And if you want to call in, Discord available, X Spaces available. Let me see if we got any callers on Discord. Looking like we got Big Gucci Nick.
Yo, what up, gang?
What up?
Yeah, bro, great interviews. I like that female champ that was on earlier. What's her name again?
Sarah Bailey from Canada.
Yeah, shout out Canada, man. Shout out to Ryan too. Good interview, man. Hopefully she could get that unification. That'd be great. Um, Writing her history in the books there, man. But yo, yes, sir. Pleasure to be on the Pound for Pound Best Podcast.
Where you at, champ? We lost you. Looks like he got a call. If you want to call in, now is the time. Huang out of Houston. What it do?
Yo.
Yo.
So yeah, like I was saying, I know you were saying that bigger names is what Boots needs, right? Like what'd you say, Haney and Tio, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes, Ness, man, a certain particular opponent can be bigger than those names, even if that opponent ain't bigger than those names. And that's what I'm seeing with Virgil. Like, that is a super fight. You know, I'll be honest. I see Boots Virgil as a Spence Crawford type of level of like a fight that has been marinating far too long. You know what I'm saying? And man, that's just like I can't get up for T.O. Boots and Haney Boots the way I can get up for that for Virgil Boots. You know, Boots showed me something. Maybe I got Stanionis real high than other people do, but man, I already had Stanionis up there, and I didn't think Boots was shit, to be honest, right? And maybe not that bad, but I just didn't think he was as great as they was making. He was a high level fighter. Was that just guess? You got to guess?
Nah, it shouldn't be. That's
Okay.
round one.
And so, you know, I was very impressed by that Stanionis performance. And so now it's like, oh no, you gotta fight Virgil. And you gotta come to 154. You know what I mean? You've been down there way too long. And so I just, man, I know we talking about Barrios and Pacquiao, but like I already said, Barrios knocking him out. 210 or Honey is gonna show up on that day. The Azteca warrior gonna show y'all he a real warrior. He gonna knock that boy out. You know what I'm saying? Tell him, man, you need to retire for good. Go sit down and go smoke a pipe and rock in your rocking chair and read books to your grandkids, man. That's what you need to be doing. But back to Boots Virgil. That's what I want to see, man. I don't want to see Haney and Boots. I don't want to hear about if Haney beats him, they're gonna say, "Oh man, he was time for him to move up." Da da da. He need to move up. There's killers over there. Who's fighting the Russian? Who's going to see that 154? You know which Russian? Aki. Assalamu alaikum to the brother that knocked out Tim Tszyu in like what 3-4 rounds. Fuck that boy up.
You talk about
send him home unrecognized. But the Zalaya. Yeah. Yeah, go fight them killers. Why he ain't got a fight made yet? Don't he got a belt?
He got a belt. Lubin just won the eliminator for his belt, remember?
Man, Lubin don't want him. Lubin, anybody that got time to be beefing with niggas that work in construction on Twitter, nigga, and they DMs, you ain't serious about boxing. I hope you do fight Murtaza Aliyev so he can slap the shit out of you. But anyways, yeah, you ain't got no you ain't got nobody calling out this Russian. You know what I'm saying? And man, they scared. Like I don't want to see Terrence fight him. I'm scared. But that's all I got. TBV, like and subscribe.
You the man, champ. You the man. Round one. What up?
What's up, man? Ness? How you doing, brother, man?
Oh,
Uh,
chilling, man. About yourself?
man, getting in from Philly, had a great time out there with the amateur boxing. Got a good viewership on it. It was awesome. I had a great time. Uh, and stopped by to hear the conversation today with Manny Pacquiao and Mario Barrio, man. And let's just hop right into this.
Yeah, well,
Look,
I'm asking specifically, should he feel disrespected by the
well,
media, the fans, because everyone is picking the 46-year-old man to beat Barrios? Specifically, Terrence Crawford is saying that this is a great fight for Pacquiao, and he believes Pacquiao obviously can win.
I
So do you feel that Barrios should feel disrespected?
yes, 100%. 100% he should feel disrespected. I think a lot of people are underestimating Mario Barrio. Did you see that ass whooping he put on Ugas? I saw Manny Pacquiao lose to him, right? And then I saw him lose to one-time Keith Thurman, Mario Barrio, but Manny Pacquiao didn't knock him out, neither. And then we're taxing on more ages onto this. Look, Ness, no two men ages alike. I saw Sugar Ray Leonard come out after 5 years, fight the marvelous one after 5 years. I saw fighters like Bernard Hopkins win titles upwards to 49 years of age. I've seen fighters do some remarkable things. Can Manny Pacquiao answer that? Honestly, I think he'll look good for 4 rounds. I think Mario Barrio has a decent jab and a good 1-2 at 6 feet tall. Manny Pacquiao coming in at 5'5". I think Mario Barrio can do enough work, and I do feel like he should feel disrespected. And a part of me doesn't even want to see this fight because I have a lot of love for Manny Pacquiao. He's given me a lot of moments. I really don't want to see my legend get hurt or anything happen in there. I hope he can compete at this level. But reality and Father Time are undefeated. So, yeah, we're gonna see. We're about to find out.
I got Mr. Savi with the $2. He says, Ness, I DM'd you the new address. I got it. Sent it to the wifey. Phone lines are open if you want to call in. Toledo, Treese, Ohio.
What it do, Ohio? You there?
Yo.
Yow.
What up?
What's up?
What up, though? What up, though? Hey, man. Say, man. Like I say, man. You know, of course. Shout out to Bud Crawford, man. I like that guy. He's an intelligent fighter, high IQ fighter. You know, got a whole lot of sense, man. That's why we favoring him with the Canelo shit. You know what's going on over here and shit like this. But yeah, of course, man, we picking Pacquiao. Motherfucking round one talking about how could you not think that motherfucker Barrios ain't even win his last fight, man? How many times I gotta call in and tell you guys this shit, man? How a guy who didn't even win his last fight, y'all telling me that he's not beatable? The fuck? That don't make no sense. You had a draw with a guy who had what 5 losses, 6 losses and shit like this. Come on, man. Y'all gotta cut the games, man. Of course Barrios looked beatable around this bitch. Of course Pacquiao got a chance. You feel me? Fuck around and knock his shit loose. You see me? If he can put Thurman on his pockets, and Thurman did beat Barrios, by the way, for the record. You feel me? Why the fuck can't Pacquiao put Barrios on his pockets? Considering Barrios got put on his pockets in the last fight. Come on, man. But you know, that's neither here nor there, man. But hey, man. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the interviews too, Ness, by the way. I fuck with what you got going on around yonder and shit like this. And if I spill, I got the bill. You know how I'm rocking. But I do want to say, I seen you had an Antonio Vargas on this bitch yesterday, right?
Yeah, 118-pound WBA champion.
Son of a bitch. Hold on. Did he take the belt from my nigga Say It Suits to me? He ain't beat my Japanese fighter. How you get that strap? How you come
He was
about that?
elevated. He was elevated. He fought
Hmm.
the I think the interim or some shit like that.
Word. I know, like I say, my nigga Say It Suits to me. We fuck with him. He the
He
one
want to
who, I don't
fight
know if you
him. He
caught the
want to
fight.
fight him, but uh his goal is to be undisputed. Sumi ain't got no
Okay,
belt.
yeah, so me, like I say, I don't know how they took my nigga belt up off of me. I don't know what happened, but shout out to my nigga Saya. He got that dub over Takuma Inoue and shit on the Amazon. You feel me? Prime Video boxing card and shit like this. You feel me? Shout out to my fighter. We fuck with him the long way. I need to see that fight. I don't like that they done took the belt off my fighter. You feel me? We don't appreciate that up over here. You know.
What fight is that?
But like I say it suits me. That's my fighter. We fuck with him, man. I fuck with him like I fuck with Albert Bell. You feel me? From Toledo to what they say, from Toledo to Tokyo, nigga. That's my fighter. You understand me? But shout out to Vargas though. I'm happy he champ. Hopefully he get to defend it and shit like this. We fuck with him. But like I say, Ness, let me rock. We rocking out. We rocking out. We burn. But with this I heard you talking about David Benavidez real quick. Hey, round one. I don't think I heard you speak on the David Benavidez shit, man.
But before
What
we
you
get to
think
the
about?
David Benavidez, why don't we just back up one step real quick and talk about what you just said about Mario Barrio? Like we've been talking like he's unbeatable or something. He's already been beaten twice. We never said he wasn't unbeatable. We're just saying we're pointing out the obvious age gap here in 16 years. You just don't get off your couch with 5 years. We criticize fighters for a year inactivity, and you mean 5 years inactivity at 46. Your expectation is this high of Manny Pacquiao that you have no data on. At least Mario Barrio is an active champion. You're talking about he almost lost his last fight. Key word, almost. He still won.
He did.
He's gonna stop Manny Pacquiao.
He didn't win. He didn't win. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He didn't win. That's my point. That's my
What you
point.
mean
Round
he
one.
didn't win? Is he still the champion? Is he still the champion? Did he lose that fight? No.
Sure. He did, but he didn't win the fight. You feel me? If the belt, if a draw was like your belt goes in limbo because it's a draw, then shit, he wouldn't be champion. But that's not the case.
But the case is that a draw considers him still remaining champion, meaning he didn't lose. He might have not won, but who has the belt?
No. Tree's trying to have amnesia, but when Wilder got that draw, I bet you he was acting like Wilder won.
Yeah, of course he was.
Whoa. No, that's not true. That's not one of those. I was just saying my nigga didn't lose. I wasn't one of those.
If he didn't lose, neither did Barrios. Neither did Barrios.
He still woke up with the belt, Trees. That's what's important here. Had he not have a belt,
let me ask you. All right, let me. Do you consider that? All right, let me ask. Does a draw in your eyes? Does that count as a title defense?
No.
It is. Wilder got a title defense for the draw. Check the books.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Bro, you keep the belt. It's a defense.
Then it
is.
You didn't
lose it.
Then it is.
Then it is. Shit, all right, man. Say, man. I'm just asking in your opinion. I ain't interested in your. Well, shit, I ain't saying your opinion, but shit.
Well, in my
statistically
in my
and all
opinion,
this shit, sure, man. But hey, man, say, man.
Hey, brother. In my opinion, explain to me how Manny Pacquiao comes off 5 years inactivity and just walks on the WBC ranking system and gets a mysterious 5 ranking.
All right, let me ask
you. So if you want to talk about suspect stuff, let's talk about that.
Round one, you got it. Round one. At the WBC rankings, you got to name a fighter who's in the top 5 who you would rather see contend for the belt.
You running?
Fuck it, we rocking out, man. Fuck it, I got time today. Fuck it, we running. But yeah, man. Round one, when you say these things, round one, you gotta see you gotta name a fighter that's in the top 5 of the WBC.
You see, I gotta call you on your shit.
I gotta
call you on your shit because there's been plenty of times I've sat back in the background and I heard you talk about the same thing about fighters being truthfully being ranked the right way. You criticize mad fighters like Ryan Garcia and Rolly for getting mysterious rankings and moving up. Is there a double standard here? That if your name is Manny Pacquiao,
whoa, we don't criticize. Whoa. See, that's the thing. I'm about matchmaking. I'm about seeing the guy who I'm about entertaining fights. I'm about action-packed fighters. I'm about putting the guy in the mix. You feel me? Cause you know me. I'm the Albert Bell guy around this bitch. My guy ain't
He's a
never
good
seen his
fighter.
opportunity, and we know he deserves it. You feel me? But I get up in arms about this shit. But if you tell me that, oh, we not going, if they had told me that we not putting Albert Bell in the ring and we putting Shakur Stevenson in the ring or some shit like that, all right, maybe I'll respect it. But you motherfuckers putting guys in the, like an Oscar Valdez who owed us a title shot to begin with, and then who went in there. Y'all put him in there 2 times to get his ass kicked twice. You see me? This the type of
All
shit I'm
right.
talking about. That's all I'm
Right.
saying. But it's like
Okay.
with the Manny Pacquiao fight, I would rather see a Manny Pacquiao in there over I don't even like a fucking, who the fuck is at 140, who they got, like Rocha and shit like this, Alexis Rocha and shit.
You
I don't
really
want.
think Rocha is more deserving than freaking Mario Barrios? Why do you disrespect Mario
No,
Barrios
no,
so much?
that's
You act
my
like
point.
he's a walk in the
Round
park.
one. No, round one. I'm saying, do you think that
Yep.
Alexis Rocha is more deserving than Manny Pacquiao of the title shot?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
I don't
Because
see it
Manny
that way, but
Pacquiao, listen, brother, in fair competition, let's ask the guys that Manny Pacquiao just mysteriously jump over and see if they're cool with that. Let's see all the guys that were doing it the noble way, moving up the ranking, fighting the fights they were told to fight. And here comes Manny Pacquiao after 5 years. Let me cut in line. Excuse me.
hey, but let me
Make
ask
it
you.
through.
Hey, but let me ask.
Is that
How many
fair?
of them? Hey, round one. Hey, round one. How many of them? How many of those same guys is crossing their fingers and praying to the stars that Manny Pacquiao beat Barrios because they know that that's the money fight?
Of course.
them
But
same
but
guys.
but but I'm
Them
I'm
same
standing
guys
on
is
this.
praying up and down that many.
I
These motherfuckers. How many guys like Devin Haney? Guys like Boots, like I've been saying, should have been took the fight. Devin Haney, Boots, guys like motherfucking
They
Brian
should
Norman.
have.
These
You're
motherfuckers is
right.
they got, and I'm but listen though, these guys got their fingers crossed and is looking and praying to the lucky stars that Pacquiao win
Third
that fight
one.
because they know where the bag at.
You in or you
Right.
out?
We'll be. I'm out, man. Shout out TBV. You know we'll be back, but shout
All
out
right.
TBV. Shout out Toledo, Ohio, man. Y'all be cool, man.
You the man.
Right.
If you're
Right.
watching this on YouTube, it's absolutely free to hit that thumbs up. We already had 2 fantastic interviews. Where's the love? It's nasty out here. We got 800 people watching, only 200 thumbs up. I don't understand it, man. Crazy. Quest, what's going on? If you're listening to this on X Spaces, let me get a retweet. If you're checking us out on X live streaming video, formerly known as Twitter, let me get a repost, retweet. That's going to help us grow and potentially get new listeners that become new callers onto the show.
Yo.
What's good? What's good?
What's good,
Talk to
round
us.
one? Shout out round
What's up,
one.
buddy?
Yeah,
How you doing?
You see they jacking your swag now. It's an everyday thing.
Yeah, I see Malcolm, man. I keep what Malcolm doing. You know, as long as you give him my credit, we're gonna be good in my books.
Yo, they
But
say imitation is a form of flattery. You feel me?
Flattery.
hey man, I like it, you know what I'm saying? I respect it, you know. I mean the questions ain't trash, you feel me? I ain't just going on here asking just anything. But shout out round one. I seen your
What
little
up?
live stream with the unboxing shit. That was some good content. But
Thank you. Thank you.
trees, man, trees. I'm gonna give you like a perspective, right? I know I'm not really good at analogies, but I'm gonna go ahead. Say you working, right? You been at a job, you know, you grinding, right? You working your ass off, and then it's this old employee of the month, right? He done took his paycheck and he left, right, for a good couple years, 3 years maybe. Now I'm gonna say 5 years. He been gone and you been grinding at work. He come back, get the promotion over you, you know, first day back. You know what I'm saying? Didn't put no work in. You know, he comes back first day after 5 years of off work, and I'm here sitting in this. You know what I'm saying? We've been grinding. So I'm trying to put it in perspective like that. It ain't. It's the same thing, just like as work. You know. I know. Pacquiao, he's a legend, right? He's a legend. You know, but it's kind of what have you done for me lately kind of thing I'm on right now. You know. That's what I'm on. That's the time I'm on. You know, what you done lately? You know, I'm not worried about the past shit. You know, even though that's important too. But what's recent is what's more important. You know. But it's gonna be a good fight, man. I'm not really gonna not really gonna shit on Pac-Man. You know, he done his work in the business. You know, I hope he gives us a good fight. You know, because I don't think he will. I think it's gonna be a shutout. I don't know. Barrios might stop him, man. He might actually stop him. But yeah, man, it's just the same thing, bro. Like if a nigga been off all these years, and I'm in here grinding, working my ass off, coming in here every day, you know, doing my thing, and then this homie can pull the, hey, I'm back now. What's boss gonna give him a promotion right off the bat, you know? I'm gonna look at the nigga like, come on, man. You know, I'm in here grinding. I'm in here with you. You know, it's been us. You know, we've been doing this for the past couple years. You know, and then he come back. He was forgotten because no one was asking for Pac-Man to come out and retire. He was forgotten. You know, until I heard this fight, I ain't hear nobody say Pacquiao name. But yeah, man, I just hope we get a good fight. I got Barrios maybe stopping him. Hey, shout out TBV, man. That's my call.
That's what's up, brother. Ah, man.
All right. Shout out Quest the best. Salute to you. Khaled in the building. If you're watching this on YouTube, here goes me repeating it. I don't know why I talk trends. Was it talk trends? Somebody just say, yo, Ness, you got to do like Hasanat and remind people to hit the like. Humans is dumb and stuff like that, he said. I'm saying to myself, when the fuck don't I tell y'all to hit the thumbs up? I feel like I'm a broken record, bro. I wish it was as easy as me telling you to do it and you doing it, man. I find it's like a thing for me, but I'm a content creator, so I make sure I hit that like, especially if I'm listening to your shit or watching your shit. Like, you know, the way YouTube is set up now, you might hover over a video and the motherfucker starts playing and you like, oh, I ain't even want to watch your shit, fam. Stop stealing views. Like, I didn't want you to get that view. I was just looking at your thumbnail. So, you know, I'm very intentional. It's either I do or I don't. I don't hit the dislike, though. I'll be honest. Like, if somebody got bad audio or they got bad video visually, I'm just out. I'm just hitting the back button. I watch most of my YouTube on the TV. I'm hitting the back button on the remote. I'm up out of there. I don't really got the time to, because it's I understand it's more difficult on the television too, so I don't really got the time to navigate on the TV to hit the fucking thumbs down on someone. But yeah, Nigerian Nightmare, I don't understand the lack of thumbs down either. That's why I went members only. I'm like, bruh, y'all giving me 200 likes. I'm doing fantastic work, man. I don't need to be told I'm doing fantastic work. I know I'm doing fantastic work. It's worth a free thumbs up. I'm not getting that. So, yeah, I locked my chat, man, and it's been locked probably over a year now or so. And I ain't never going back. I'm going to be real. I think my KLB was like, yo, you need to do 500 thumbs up and you open up the chat. And I'm like, no, I be having 1,500 people on average watching. Why should a third get the chat unlocked? It's like, yo, if y'all don't like what y'all got here, all good. But I'm definitely not opening the doors for people that don't want to support to just be here. It's like, let the haters see from afar, because it's obviously there. You know, we got 1,000 people watching. We got 200 thumbs up. It's obviously there's some haters there. Haters that still listening. So, man, salute to you, man. It is what it is. Round one, congratulations. Y'all better go check out Round One live. He was live in Philadelphia and, you know, had a phenomenal stream. You know, shout out to him for covering the amateurs in Philly. Shout out to his sister for having the gym and the event. And congratulations to him on a milestone, man. You know, he hit one of his most watched videos. So go and support that. If you hit that thumbs up, now, future, present, past, that video keeps growing. And, you know, it can be that video that helps him go viral to bring in more subscribers and viewers. But round one, yeah, man, you want to tell us about the event and, yeah, let everybody know where they can watch it.
You can find me at Round One Sports Talk on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. I went down to Philadelphia, North Philly, and we hosted an amateur event. I got 41,414 views when I had turned off my stream, and it's still growing. If you could watch the video and drop a like, it's free. It costs you nothing, and I would really appreciate that. And I had an amazing time. And these is when we see these young men and women coming up in the ranking and potentially could see a future world champion. So I enjoyed it. I had a great time, and thank you for everyone to tuning in and showed your support. And thank you, Ness, for showing me support on that too as well, and allowing me to shut it out here. And it's just us, the community of boxing, giving back to one another. And thank you, Ness, for giving me the opportunity to be on Boxing Voice. You have a beautiful channel here, and please, guys, don't forget to hit that like button. Let's see if we could get to a milestone today. Thank you, Ness.
Yo, so how big is the gym?
The gym, my sister's gym actually is one of the biggest gyms in Philadelphia.
Wow.
It's one of the only gyms that has saunas. In fact, she has 2 saunas inside the gym. There has been fighters in the past, young in their careers, like Stephen Kubo Fulton and Jerron Boots Ennis. She's very familiar with them, and a lot of Philly fighters, Danny Garcia, and a lot of them. But what she focuses right now is the youth. There's a war going outside of that door in Philadelphia, and the streets are taking up a lot of our children.
How long has your sister been involved in amateur boxing?
Well, ironically, this story goes real deepness. To tell you the truth, this is what really happened. One day I was on Round One Sports Talk on YouTube, and I got a person came into my comment section and said, I know about your father that died. And I quickly took offense and was like, who the hell are you talking about my dad? Then she was like, no, I would like to talk to you. So I end up cutting the show down short and talking to this individual, and it was a woman. She told me in 1978, her mother and my dad hooked up. When my dad was coming out of the bar in Philadelphia, when we lived in Philly as kids, my father was gunned down coming out of a bar, out of a pool bar. He survived. The lady in the ambulance was her mother. That night, I guess my dad and her mother hooked up or had a little relationship, and she's saying that she was the result of it. When she contacted me on my channel, she was telling me that she's my long-lost sister.
She said your dad hooked up with her mom.
Yes.
Oh,
in 1978. Right? So I went down and I met her, and she met me on my show, and I was a little taken back. She had entered this she was looking for who her dad was for a long time, and then she got into this ancestry.com. She matched with Pedro, which is my uncle's son. Then she told him about me. I went down there. She paid for the test, and we went in there. We all got swabbed. We waited 3 days for the result, and then she came back 99.9, my sister.
Damn, so did y'all immediately like have a relationship after that?
After that, like, I went out there 3 days later. We met. Well, when I went out there, I met her already. Like, as soon as I saw her, she looks just like my other sister that I was raised with. She looked just like her. So I was like, damn, I think that's my sister. So, but you know, you got to be, you know, right about this. So we paid for the test and everything. Then it comes out that she had a son. Her son is named King. King is autistic. He was born in Philly. She took him to baseball, everything. He didn't speak for like 7 years of his life. He went to the gym. He started hitting a speed bag. She noticed he saw interest in the speed bag, hitting the speed bag. And then the gym in Philadelphia closed down. That week was the first time he spoke. He told his mom, Jim. She heard him speak. So she did everything in her power to see if the gym would open. It wouldn't. So she bought the gym.
Wow.
She bought
this
the
is your
gym.
sister.
Yes. Then King.
This is the sister that you just started a relationship with.
Right.
Wow.
Right. So like and then her son King, he's 15 now. At 10 years old, she legally signed the gym over to King. He's the youngest Philadelphia gym owner in Philly in history. He legitimately owns the gym. So throughout boxing, it made him more sociable and he started talking more. Today, he's in a regular high school. He competed on that night in the amateur. He scored the victory. He got a knockdown in the fight. And he's young in it. And it just goes to show that our father's bloodline, it's in us. We're fighters. Because I didn't even know her, and it just came up like, I've been a boxer, I'm doing this YouTube thing, and she owns a gym. And then the unfortunate thing was she found my father 2 years too late. My father passed away. She came out here, she saw his grave, and I had to understand at that moment, this was the first time she was seeing it. I've already been to my dad. That was something that hit me like that, and it was surreal. And like right now we're like building on our relationship, but ironically, if my father was alive and he would have saw his daughter's success, he would have been so proud of her. Because my father was ranked number 6 in Puerto Rico before he was fatally shot. And so my father, that's where we get it from. Yeah, I will show you a picture of my pops. I show you them, right? Remember he had with the old picture with the gloves.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah. So I found my long lost sister on doing a live stream. It was crazy. So that's what like.
And how
went
many years
behind it.
ago was this?
Less than a year.
Oh wow! So this is all new.
Yeah. Yeah,
Whoa.
like really like, and then it just seems like the universe is talking to me and talking to us. Like, and how this all just really came together, and then the big live stream and the views that I got on that, it just, sometimes when you ask the universe, God, talk to me, tell me something, and you just got to feel that moment, and I was like, it's right. My dad, he left something behind for a reason, and I think that this is what we were meant to do.
That's what's up, man. Salute to you and your family, bro. Especially, connecting with your sister. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
it's surreal sometimes, but I'm thankful. I lost a brother to these streets, and I gained a sister. So you know, that's the harsh reality of the world sometimes. But yeah, man. I look forward to going back down to the gym, hosting more amateur events, going down there, showing the support, locking in with some other fighters over there. So yeah, yeah, definitely. And please follow me as I go through my journey covering boxing and bringing you guys content so that we can enjoy it. It was really exciting to see those young men fight, because they don't they don't sleep on silk sheets. They were all in there trying to win, and this is my sister's belt, by the way, Ness.
Give me 1 second. I'm just
Yes.
I bought this
Yeah, let
new
me.
desk, so I'm trying to get things organized so that I'm comfortable here. But
What's up, Marcos? How you doing?
yeah, good morning, Marcos.
Going on, man? What did I walk into? Some kind of a story I missed?
Yeah,
No,
we
no,
were
just
talking about round one. He had his he just completed a milestone on his channel and reached one of his highest viewed videos, and that was at an amateur boxing show in Philadelphia, where his sister owns the gym, and obviously his nephew is a boxer. And come to find out that relationship was just established in under 12 months based off Ancestry.com. So
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that's dope.
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And this is
I did
this
my
is
ancestry because my dad was a savage whore, for a better lack. Well,
my dad was a Rolling Stone.
yeah, I thought I'd find something, but I didn't yet. But yeah, nah, that's cool. So you found a sibling, half sibling you didn't know
Yeah.
about, full sibling?
Yeah, I found her actually on my channel, and then she invited me down, and we did the test, the swab test, and it took 3 days to come back, and the test results came back 99.9. She was my sister.
That's
So
dope.
yeah, and then it so happened
99.9 what?
Percent.
that we were
No,
that
but
we were
that
the same,
what though? No point.
that we were siblings, that
Yeah,
we were
but no,
siblings.
99 cuz my shit was 99.6.
Mine was 99.9.
Is she
Oh
your
wow.
full-blooded or half sister?
She's my half by my father, but it's
Okay.
from my father, so there's a stronger gene. So yeah, so we've been establishing a relationship. I'm doing the boxing thing. She has the gym down in Philadelphia. The young men and women fought there, and this is the world title that she put together for these young, and it's pretty good quality. It's got all the Philadelphia great fighters on the side of it,
That's
as you
cool.
can see, that like that. And
Mhm.
it's a size belt, and she does this all for the kids there, and it was a great event. And we were just talking about that.
And
Yeah.
you were the only
So-
person that streamed?
no, actually, I had this guy, this content creator. He was making me look bad. He had his laptop, real cameras. He had them all the way up on the top on like this ladder thing, getting like a better angle.
What
He
kind
had
of cameras?
microphones.
Like what kind of cameras? You say real
He
cameras
had
like
like
what?
he had like this little thin camera on top of his laptop, but he had these GoPros, right?
Okay.
And he was putting them on top of this like platform thing that
Like
had
an
like
aerial view.
like an aerial view. So they kept switching the GoPros out every so often.
Yeah,
and
because
he
the
was just
battery. Let me
yeah,
ask
and
you,
he
did you get his channel?
yeah, I did.
Did you
I had
check
to look
out
it
the
up.
stream? Send me the stream. Let me see how it looks.
Okay, when I check out his channel, right? So I'm sitting there, right? Unfortunately, when I on my hurry to leave my house, I end up leaving my laptop bag behind. I grabbed the other laptop bag thinking it was that one. It was empty when I opened it. So all I had was my phone and this nifty device that I bought. Thank God for this device. This thing is the shit, right? So it had like a tripod thing. Yo, I
What
put that
device? I'm sorry, I didn't see. What?
right here. Wait,
Oh.
this device right here. Hold on. This.
What is it called, champ?
This.
Okay. That is
This
a
right here
stabilizer.
pops
Is
up
that a
like this.
DJI stabilizer? What brand is it?
Huh?
What brand is a stabilizer? What brand is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's on the box.
But it has AI
th-
tracking, I'm assuming.
yes, no, facial recognition tracking, body
Yeah.
tracking, all of that. So I had this bad boy up there, and it was just following them and shit and whatever.
Did it
And
ever lose track?
no,
Okay, that's dope.
no. And then one thing started dying. Then my sister got me a cord, and whatever, right? So I'm sitting here, streaming with this guy, right? And I have no idea this is going on. I don't do this for the clicks, likes, and views. But my kid brothers like hit the like button, people reminding people this, that, and the third. So I'm like, all right, everybody, we had a great time. I'm shutting off the camera. I grab the phone. I look up. My brother grabs my arm and he goes, Edwin, you got 41,414 views.
Let's go, champ.
I looked at it. I didn't know what to say. I was at 285 likes. Like I never did no shit like that. And like I want to jump up and yell, but I looked at the guy next to me and I was like, "How'd you do?"
And what'd he say? He did good too?
Nah, he just kept thanking me. He never said his number.
But you got his channel. Let's fucking check
Yeah,
his.
no,
I want to see it. Send me the channel.
Okay, I will.
I want to see how good his setup was. You said he had all this fancy equipment. Let's fucking see what you did.
He had all this. All I had is an iPhone.
No, I know what you had. I want to see what he did with all the fancy equipment. Like,
all right.
Yo, technically, someone yesterday reached out to me, and they was asking for an interview, and they like, yo, I did this show, and I'm like, oh, okay, let me see it, and then he sends me this. I'm not gonna promote this link, and I'm like, $35 pay-per-view. I'm like, motherfucker, why I order? You know what I'm saying? And he's like, yo, believe me, that ain't what I wanted to do. But that's the only thing that approached me, and I wasn't even happy. I'm like, bro, I need to see a clip. What did they offer you? He said it was only one camera. I said, damn, I could do better than that, man. Let's talk, because shit, I definitely do better than that. And if I take a job, I could just spend the money on a, camera operator to do even better. But one camera view, no commentary, that's nasty. You can't pay for that. What? They better be doing that shit for free. One camera, no commentary. Please, bro. That's you can't pay for that. That got to be a freebie. But did you send the information? I'm gonna take this call. First, I got Tevis with the fat $10. He says, if Rocky Balboa can get a fight with Mason, quote unquote, the Lon Dixon, off a couple of decade layoff, I'm cool with Pacquiao being one last shot at greatness. So updating you, Marco, we're officially talking the Pac-Man Gamble. Can Barrios silence the doubters like Terrence Crawford, who specifically said that Barrios is gonna potentially lose because, Pacquiao is great and he believes in Pacquiao. He thinks it's a 50-50 fight though. And we're just saying like, wow, so many people picking Pacquiao to win at 46 years old, 4-year layoff. Should Barrios feel disrespected? Specifically is like the topic of the conversation. Should he feel disrespected as the younger welterweight, the active welterweight? Where do you lie with this conversation?
Nah, you don't. He's a legend. Pacquiao's a legend. If he wasn't a legend, then it'd be a little disrespectful, but he's a legend. I think Barrios is going to win that fight. I think his size, he's about 6 feet tall.
You're in the minority, man. Like I said, Bud seems to be leaning Pacquiao.
That's okay, and so I'm wrong sometimes. I'm not one of those guys that put my whole ego and my who I am on if I could predict the fight, because it's boxing. We all predict wrong. I think I would lean towards Barrios, just being too tall, too long, and too young. But of course, if Pacquiao pulls it off, nobody's gonna be shocked because he's a legend. Now let's not forget though, he beat Thurman, right? But barely, and that was also like 5 years ago. But barely, just barely beat. The people act like he demolished Thurman. That shit was close. Now I know Thurman's
Wasn't
Barrios.
it a split decision?
Probably. Yeah.
I think it was just Barrio. I mean, Thurman fucked up, bro. He got knocked down early in that fight. That's what ruined it. He underestimated Pacquiao.
I think people were giving Pacquiao like legend points. Like when they saw him exploding at his former self, I think it threw everybody in nostalgic mode. Like, oh shit, that's Pacquiao. Wow, look at him. He still got it. But nah, it's not disrespectful when you're fighting a legend. It's disrespectful if he was fighting somebody else, maybe, right? But how old Barrios he's near the end of his career, no?
No, Barrios is 30 years old.
That's nasty word to say. Barrios at the end of his career.
Wow.
Lord of
He's
mercy.
30 years old.
Hey, man.
He's in the
Lord of
prime.
mercy.
He's in the prime.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
He's taking some hits, though.
Yo.
It's about mileage.
I sent it to you I sent it to you on Instagram.
Perfect.
Okay. So yeah, but Marcos, I heard your little explanation, but you never really directly answered the question until like the end there, where should he feel disrespected, and is he being
overlooked? He said no. He said he shouldn't feel because he's a legend.
Thing, no. The first thing I said was no, he's a legend.
Yeah. Well, shit. I think that Mario Barrio is an active 147-pound champion. I think he should be respected. He should be favored in this fight. And I don't want people to just overlook just because it's Manny Pacquiao's name. Father Time is undefeated, bro. And I'm gonna stand on it. Father Time is undefeated, bro. Just remember that, guys. And then everybody that talked up this fight and was like, yeah, let's see this fight. If anything was to happen to Manny Pacquiao, you guys got what you wanted.
Yeah, but Father Time's undefeated. You're right, but it's also on a fighter to fighter basis. You got guys like Hopkins. Now they're rarities, true, but the shit happens. So not everybody's washed at certain times. Some people do perform at a high level in their 40s. So we'll see.
Let me ask you, Marcos, right? The reason why I think fighters like Hopkins and Sugar Ray Leonard were able to do things like that, they were really athletic and gifted fighters for one, and for two, I don't ever think that Bernard Hopkins takes time off, even with that inactivity. He was shredded. That man looked great. He didn't look like he was slow, nothing. And it all depends what Manny Pacquiao has been doing. God only knows.
Exactly.
I don't know anything. I don't know. I can't co-sign that.
Right. Sugar Ray Leonard maybe made a mistake.
Bud is another dude that certainly believes Pacquiao is juicified.
I mean, he's never been caught. He is a rarity because he's one of the few guys to start at like 108 and go up to 154 on a 5'4" frame. So that's rare, but there's no evidence besides that claiming that he never got caught. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's possible, but I don't. Unless somebody got caught, I don't think so. Like I don't start even thinking about that.
I'm with you on that.
Although I shouldn't say that because guys like Andrew Galata back in the day, where their back are covered in pimp acne, like the classic.
I never go with the acne. My back is fucked up, and I've never done a steroid. I would love steroids. By the way, I would love some. If anybody wants to walk me through it and give me the shit that you're using, that your shit is working, and I'm not gonna get bitch tits or lose a testicle, but you need to help me clear all my fears because I'm old. I ain't got no issues taking steroids. Now, someone else, that's different. You're a fighter, you're a competitor, that's cheating. I have never done it, and we get back to the topic is back acne. That's just genetic and hereditary because I hate my dad for having it because I got it.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I get it sometimes
shout out
too.
to
and
my
I'm
wife
with
that
Ness.
loves me with my back acne, brother. Believe that.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm with Ness on that one. Like, it happens to me the same way, and I've never done a PE or a steroid. I don't know about them, but I was thinking about buying that snack shit the other day. I was hovering over it because I was like, "Yo, I need something.
We gonna fuck you up, OC. Let's go.
I need some." So,
yo, get that. Hey, yo, listen. Round one, get that snack pack. Tell OC stop calling you out.
Listen. I was thinking about getting that snack pack, baby, because I'm not a professional athlete. Like nobody's gonna kick open my door and be like, "Give me a urine test." That shit's designed for us. But I'm like Ness, they gotta win me over. You gotta like teach me about this shit because, like I said, I don't want to lose.
Bro, I just watched the documentary with fucking Mr. What's his name? Come on, the famous guy, the big
Arnold Schwarzenegger,
the new famous guy. He got busted. He was lying. The Liver King, the fucking Liver King.
Oh, the Liver King. Okay. He was all steroid
So the
out.
Liver King was this dude running around, Marco, and round one, lying to people, telling them that if you eat raw, like testicles from different animals, you're gonna get like crazy protein. And bro, he had his whole family doing it, and he built a cult following. Dude became a millionaire off this shit. And then somehow his emails get leaked and he was taking $11,000 worth of steroids per month. Per month, my brother.
Shit.
Per month.
So it wasn't so he was just getting jacked from the steroids and telling people it's cow nuts.
Telling people it's all type of nuts.
No.
Telling
Marco,
people
say
it's all
what
type
it is. Say what it is, Marco. He had people sucking nuts. Why he was doing steroids?
Bro, he had the world eating fucking testicles and raw meat, and he was living this Rambo life, bro. Like shirtless with fucking Rambo knives and running through the fort. Like
Wait, is that the dude with the beard?
Yeah.
He's short and he's fucking swole.
Bro, swole like a motherfucker.
He's older, right?
Yeah, he's older. Yeah, he's older.
Yeah.
Swole like a motherfucker.
And he said
bro,
he
my
only
man,
hold
hey,
up
listen,
that liver like this.
That dude chest is perfect. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Listen, if I had the knowledge, You think I ain't doing that? My man chest is perfect. Like, yeah.
That's why I wanted to get some of that shit to like because I'm up there in age, bro. I'm
I
up there in
love the
age.
way this man's saying it. That's why I wanted to get some of that shit.
Yo, listen, I'm not gonna lie to nobody. I'm not embarrassed about nothing.
No, but I just love the way you saying it, bro. It's hilarious to me.
Yo, listen. If there was a steroid dude right now on my block on the corner selling, yo, I got them roids. Yo, I'll be like, yo, what's up? Yo, listen.
See, I don't want to do it like that. I need to have a whole conversation with you. I need you to walk me through this
I'm
shit.
you guys right now. I was prescribed testosterone like 3 years ago. I had an issue with my stomach, right, and they prescribed it for whatever. And that shit, first off, it gave me no positive effects, but it made me I almost put my mother-in-law through the fucking drywall. It made me so angry. All it did was make me angry. It didn't give me any visible effects, any positive, just gave me anger. I got off that shit in 2 weeks. So for me, and look, maybe testosterone is different than that other shit, the Osterine or whatever other people use.
Yeah.
Nah, not for me.
Okay,
yeah, no,
men to men.
testosterone is the
Men.
real deal. That's steroids. I mean, people on the internet say test is best, but there are negative effects, man, and obviously, you know,
But it didn't give me positive either. It didn't even give me positive effects. They're like, oh, you're gonna feel like you're 25 again.
Did you sleep better?
No, I slept. I had no problem sleeping. It did nothing better except for me.
I only get 3 and 4 hours, bro. I was up all night I definitely ain't even leave this office till 1:54 a.m. and still woke up. And look, I'm like energetic. I get like 4 hours, so I could use some tests to get the best rest for real.
But you nap, right?
I take naps during the day. Sometimes I don't fucking wake up for the second show. That's how hard the nap be.
Hey, yo, Ness, look, can I ask you a question, man?
Look at old Wizard with all the fucking muscles. Now we know. He talking about trend. Yeah. Hey, Vince, we got to test this motherfucker. Uh-oh.
Yo, Ness.
If y'all don't know, Vince is fighting no Wizard in a rematch. Talk to me.
Yo, is there a thing, a possibility that you could have too much testosterone and that could be negative against you?
Not negative, but like that's what I think it was better. Biev was caught with higher levels.
Yeah, but that's again, if you're a competitor, then you don't want your levels to be higher than normal.
No. Let's back up, gentlemen. This is real shit.
Does it cause negative effects? You're asking?
No. Wait. I'm talking about me naturally right now. My testosterone level, for some reason, when I go to the doctors, the reason why they're not prescribing because mine's real high. The problem is
if your testosterone is high, then you should be good.
Yeah, no. But I'm telling the doctor, and he acts like I should be a spring chicken. He goes, with the way that you're aging, blah, blah, blah. And I go, no, but I don't feel that way. Like, I don't feel like my body is responding. And I said, can I get something for energy?
But listen.
I need something for that push.
Listen. If you went to the doctor specifically for that, that means he did a testosterone test. He can tell you. He can tell you exactly what your levels are. Take those numbers and just run them in the internet because the doctor might tell you that your levels is good. You know why? Because these fucking doctors don't want to prescribe you no testosterone. That's why. But check those levels.
Did you get a full lab done with like estrogen levels and globulate levels?
Everything, all that.
That's kind of right. You should get that looked at by somebody who really knows what all that means.
Yes.
Because
look, don't just go to the regular. Don't just go to a regular doctor. You need to go to a doctor that deals in testosterone because he's going to talk to you about where your levels are at at the moment.
He also told me I had one of the strongest livers he's ever seen. My test results for my liver came back too as well. He said I had one of the strongest livers. He said that my testosterone level for a man and my joints were all right. I had complained about shoulder pain.
Yeah, but did he
in my
say
shoulder.
for a man in your age, though?
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. That's why you need to run those numbers against a person that deals in testosterone because they're going to be telling like, yeah, this is good. if you don't want to build muscle. Yeah, this is good if you don't
Right.
mind getting 4 hours of sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like, testosterone is one of the most important things in the body, bro. It
They
sucks
also have
that
a
we as men stop producing it.
they also have a
Yeah.
weird like my estrogen was low,
Yeah, I
which
ain't no hater,
apparently
homeboy. I seen your shoulder pop out from all that. I'm
if I'm
fucking with
taking
you.
anything,
I'm
it is
fucking
very
with you, old wizard.
ineffective. They were saying that my estrogen was actually low, which is bad.
Yeah.
So, and then they said
Really?
that could mean low testosterone because even though the test result shows a high number, your body's not
And another thing
metabolizing it.
too, you
Then there's
smoke
sleep.
weed,
Oh shit
bro.
for the
Don't let
birds.
that doctor lie to you. You smoke weed. That in itself
Yeah.
is supposed to lower the male testosterone. So
Or you mean I don't
Right.
smoke weed? You mean round one?
I
yeah,
do.
I
I
mean
do. He's
round one.
talking to
It's a
me.
joint
He's talking to
conversation,
me.
homie.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, definitely. So I really want to get that tested because like I feel good. I feel strong, man, though. But this getting old shit's for the birds, bro.
How old are you?
Just make I'm 50.
50. Yeah, nah, I would definitely check my shit with a doctor that knows about testosterone because again, your levels might be good for a 50-year-old man, but not for
I've been an
not for the
athlete
way you
most of
want
my
to
life,
perform.
though. Yeah, nah, definitely not. And it sucks when you get to that point in your life that you realize yourself you lost a step. And like as a man, it like fucks with you a little bit. You got two choices: either moping your shit or learn how to make adjustments. You know, and that's where I'm at in my life. I'm learning how to make
Mexican
adjustments.
men naturally have high testosterone, which is fortunate for them. They just need to work out.
Mm.
The
And that's the
exercise
truth too.
keeps it high.
Yo, doesn't life lie to you? When I was like 41, I thought I was done. I thought I was finished. Then all of a sudden, late in my 40s, I went to the gym and I felt better than ever. I'm not gonna say I was just faster, but I was good, you know. And my physique was it was like glitching. It was like wanting to go back to what it used to be, but it wouldn't like pop. Like I would live for like 30 days, and I'm telling you, my shit would be like this, bro. I got a Arnold Schwarzenegger chest.
Oh yeah,
I've had
check
it all
you
my
out.
life.
Oh yeah, he got an Arnold chest. This man.
What you don't believe it?
I'm just saying, bro. Arnold was like one of the
Okay.
best
Yeah.
in bodybuilding and physique. Like,
All right.
my man got hella movies based off the body.
No
'Cause
problem.
he couldn't
No
talk
problem.
for shit.
I agree.
Khaled, you not there. Matt, we got Hawk, Maryland, what up? We got Troy Isley coming up, y'all. 9:30.
What's up, Ness?
What up with you, Hawk? Hey, happy birthday before I forget, man. I know 531 is going down.
Yes, sir. Happy birthday to you too, my fellow. 531.
Let's do
I'm
it.
about to tell you. Yes, sir. Summertime coming. I'm about to tell you. Okay, y'all talk about the Manny Pacquiao. Okay. What up, round one and Marco?
What's up? What's up?
Ain't too much. Hey, yeah, man. First of all, we need to kill the elephant in the room, bro. God damn it, Keith Thurman fucked up. He should have knocked Manny Pacquiao out when he fought him back then. We wouldn't be talking about this right now. Keith Thurman.
but hold on. My man beat Pacquiao, and we still talking about him.
Oh, you talking about
Ugas?
Ugas?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Ugas.
Pacquiao ain't gonna retire because you beat him. Pacquiao gonna retire when he need to stop paying taxes. Probably never.
Yeah. But listen, on that Ugas fight, Pacquiao was geared up for a southpaw, man. They switched that shit up on him, and he had to fight the orthodox fight.
Come on, man. Is you a legend or not? Now legends can't get a last minute switch. What kind of legend is you?
I don't know, man. I don't know. He seemed like he just couldn't get it going with that Ugas, and Ugas just don't seem like a great fighter to me. I don't know what happened in that fight. I just blame it on the switch of the orthodox. But yeah, we here now, and I saw Pacquiao, and Pacquiao haven't been out of the ring 5 years. He got beat on by that boy out there in China, was it Japan somewhere? That
Japan.
kickboxer, they was fighting. Yeah, and he didn't get knocked down because that dude was trying to kill him in there. You see that fight, Marco?
Yeah, I saw it. That dude was a lot bigger and strong. That's the guy that Ryan Garcia was
Thank
going
you.
to fight, right?
Yeah, man, I got to see back out that shit too. But anyway, yeah, the way he was trying to beat on him, going at him, I don't see damn, I can't even think of his name right now.
Barrios?
That's great fight Pacquiao. Yeah, there you go, Barrios. I don't see him doing much different. That dude couldn't take Pacquiao out. Pacquiao wasn't even expecting that. He thought it was going to be just to mess around in the ring type of thing. It wasn't supposed to be a professional fight. So and that's Barrios that did something different. I ain't really been impressed with Barrios, but if he got a solid jab and he is determined. I've been watching Pacquiao train. He is in shape. So I give Pacquiao a good 5 rounds. If in the first 5 rounds, if he don't just wipe Barrios, then Barrios will get a decision. TV number 1.
All right, Hawk, appreciate you. If you want to call in, now is the time. We should be getting well, yeah, I might as well announce that. We might be getting Khalil Cole as well. He's in Mexico, but I might slide him in depending on how that Troy Isley interview goes.
The Transformer.
He said he's free all day, so we're going to get it done as soon as I get done with Isley. We got a couple super chats I need to get to. Looks like up first, we got Charles Remington, $2. Ness, don't start the show until you get 500 likes. You know, I've never done that. I see people that do that, like, yo, we ain't gonna start. And then it's just like, yo, what about all the other people that got to go to work and just want to have their boxing talk? Now they got to sit around waiting for other people not to be lazy or other people. Of course I smoke before I go to the gym. Well, I ain't been in the gym in a minute, always. I ain't on front. Y'all can see I'm looking not as great as I looked a couple months ago.
I feel you, brother. I feel you.
This last 2 months have been. I mean, that's why I use apps and I track everything. Everything has gone down. You know, I went from doing 11,000 to 13,000 steps per day to the bare minimum of 10,100, 10,020. Like just making it. I went from doing fucking 250, average 180 to 250 push-ups a day to like missing massive days on my push-ups. I'm trying to get back at it. That's why I bought my desk, because this was one of the main things. I couldn't get these steps during the show with the other setup. And, hopefully now with this standing desk, I can eliminate at least all of my steps in the morning show or more than 50%, making it easier to do things in the afternoon. But health is wealth. Adrian, $5. A famous country singer, Toby Keith, said it best, quote unquote, I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. Pac just needs to be good one night. Hey, man, that's why people do give y'all these fights, because y'all so nostalgic. Y'all so nostalgic. Everybody wanted to believe in Tyson just like y'all all want to believe in Manny Pacquiao. Adrian, $2. You can get testosterone through your health insurance. Yes, but again, you got to get that doctor to approve you, and they don't be
Yeah, he didn't approve me.
Yeah,
they didn't approve me.
They'll tell you anything under the sun to tell you that you don't need it. Like, I don't know why. I don't know if it's expensive or what.
Yo,
But
Ness,
just
no
do
homo,
research.
right?
Do research,
Yo,
and you'll see.
Yep. Yo, Ness, no homo, right? I sent you that picture. You don't got to show it to nobody, but check it out on Instagram.
Okay. I see you, Anthony Joshua.
See what I'm saying?
Why are you looking like Julian Hammerhands that we interviewed today?
I don't know. Maybe I did. You know what I'm saying? I was growing the beard that day. I was coming up the gym.
I forgot. With my new setup, I haven't figured out my screen share. I don't know why it keeps... I got to figure that out. Now my screen share is unusable because I got my 2 displays back, making it easier to read these damn super chats. But yeah, we got Javier Oliveras, $2. Ask round 1 if Inoue can beat Manny at 122. Which Manny? Are you talking about Pacquiao back
122
then?
Manny?
Like, yeah, is he talking
122
about like
Manny?
a prime Manny?
Yeah, like where are we placing him? That would be an interesting fight. That's a 50-50 anyway, wherever you place it. I gotta respect both guys equally. Manny's equally dangerous. And you know what Manny's good with? That sneaky, sharp, fast inside shot that has dropped Naoya Inoue already twice. Manny Pacquiao is dangerous in that zone. So I would fear for Naoya Inoue in that fight. Naoya Inoue, yes, he knows how to make adjustments. If he was able to get up, he's shown from a knockdown, he made the right adjustments. It would be an amazing fight. I don't know. I don't know. I think that Naoya Inoue has a better style. I think that he flows better than Manny Pacquiao in that, his style. But you have to understand the art of boxing. If you see both styles for what they are, Manny Pacquiao had an elite style. It was very effective. And he even caught up to the most slicker of boxers. Manny Pacquiao has been in there with all the best of the boxers. His resume speaks for itself. He wouldn't be afraid of faring with no Naoya Inoue. Now, the outcome of the fight, that would be intriguing.
Yeah, I don't think a 122-pound Pacquiao was at Inoue's level. Heavier Pacquiao was, though. That was still an infant.
Yeah,
he was in his infancy.
Yeah, but that's not the best Naoya Inoue. Naoya Inoue was at his best at 118. I don't think anybody beats him at 118.
Yeah. I don't think 22 is his best.
Mad Bent, $105. High testosterone can cause enlarged prostate. Most black men will have prostate issues due to naturally high testosterone production. Vincent Colbert, go ahead.
That's right. Well, I'm urinating a lot, bro. And I'm feeling like, and then Ness is talking about that stuff like, I stopped doing push-ups, I stopped doing that. And I was going to ask Ness, do you think that's in part to us not being as motivated and focused, or is it because we're having a down and we're not understanding where we're at? Like, that's what I'm struggling with.
For me, the past 2 months have just been tough trying to keep the schedule of doing 2 shows and, balancing in, taking out the wife and just doing everything else. Plus, remember, we were doing remodels. Finally, this house is done. I was living out of a box. I'm just, as you can see, this is a different shirt. I'm sure y'all noticed that I was wearing the same shit. We was just washing it. This is a different shirt because I finally went out and took stuff out of the box. Like, we were just living uncomfortable because we were under the impression once I finished the remodels, we were just leaving. That changed because, my best friend has a car carrier service and I'm going to use my best friend, keep the money in-house. So until he could fit me on the books, we not leaving. So that's pushed us back. So it's like, I got to get comfortable again in order to be productive properly. If not, so for me, it was just about time management and getting it right. Let me get to some callers here. We got Malcolm, New York City. What up?
New York.
Yo.
What up?
Audio good?
Straight.
Shout out CBV. Glad I was able to sneak this call in real quick before an interview. Shout outs to Ram One. Shout outs to you too, Marco. Glad you back, man. I've been sent to the gulag before. That shit ain't cool, bro. It's a dark place. But in terms of the topic, man, let me get to this real quick, right? So George Foreman, broke a record, came back to boxing. I believe he was somewhere in his late 40s. Heavyweights, they're known to always carry power no matter what. And that's the one division in boxing. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. He was 45. And that's the one division in boxing that it's known that anyone can knock anybody out. Everybody carries power. Guys like Hopkins, while he won his belt at an older age, the one thing about him, while all his physical traits may have declined, he's one of the highest IQ boxers that we've ever seen. He was always 3 steps ahead. He was playing chess. It's kind of similar to somebody like Floyd. Right now, he could probably go in and beat a mid-tier, maybe certain champions at 154. You know, it might be a stretch, but it's because he's very high IQ. Somebody like Manny Pacquiao, this is the point. I get it. You know, you got people on here talking about, oh, his bag work look amazing. You know, the way he's punching the bag. Ness, how many people have submitted bag work in the community that look like they're good, but then when you see them fight, they fight like shit? How many times have we even seen that on the internet? It happens a lot.
It does.
Yes, Manny's a generational talent, and he looks good on the bag, but it's completely different in fight night. Your gas tank is going to be completely different. Your reflexes are going to be completely different. Just everything in general. And he relies heavily on angles, foot speed, hand speed. Yes, his power is still going to be there, but his hand speed isn't the same. If you look at any of his bag work from years ago, you're going to just notice it's not as sharp. And I get it. We love Manny Pacquiao. You know, he's one of the all-time greats. But I think it's very disrespectful to just think that he's going to beat the shit out of Barrios. You know, I do like to say that Barrios does look like he has a lot of wear and tear, especially in his last fight, you know, getting a draw. But, you know, it's boxing. It happens. And I'm still going to favor him to beat Manny Pacquiao. And there's also a common theme in here. And I thought everybody would have learned this from the Errol Spence fight with Bud. Inactivity kills fighters. 4 years inactive, if I'm correct. You know what I'm saying? That he pretty much was getting pummeled in that little exhibition match. So, I mean, if y'all want to root for him and y'all want to go for him and y'all want to bet for him, that's fine. You know, I stay steady to the whole inactivity kills fighters. And to be honest, Pacquiao is not who he was. Now, if he wins, I'll come in here and I'll take my crow easy, you know. But, you know, that's really all I got to say about that. Shout out to the Boxing Boys. Shout out to you guys. I'm going to keep tuning in.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. I got Vincent Colbert with the funny super chat here. $5. Coffee for you, Ness. No naps today, please. And the context behind that is that we are interviewing Vincent Colbert today at 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 3 o'clock Eastern. He is a Border Wars fighter. He's going to be doing his unguarded interview today at 12, and he hopes I don't fall asleep like I did yesterday at Lobo's interview. So, yeah.
You literally fell asleep?
Not on the show, like,
you
know, I took a nap. I took a nap and didn't wake up for that next show, unfortunately. I got A-Dubs with the $2. Ninjas will like a baddie IG pick, but not a TBV podcast episode. Yeah, I mean, you know, we ain't got no yams over here. That's what it is. You see how Tone be. Let's see here. If you're trying to call in, now is the time. Looks like I got to start my Discord. I don't know. That restarted. But, yeah, man. So at least we know that Marcos, you're picking Barrios. Definitively. You sound the most confident out of most people that are picking Barrios.
Yeah, but it's still like 60-40. But yeah, I'm a lean toward him. I'm a lean toward him. Yeah, I mean it's an interesting fight. It's interesting. Who you got, Ness?
I like Barrios too, man. I didn't like the bag work. I think people are just nostalgic, bro. Like, if someone tags me on the bag work, the first one specifically, where it looked like he was still in the Philippines, I would definitely – I can't screen share it. I got to figure out what I did wrong here to know how I'm screen sharing on which display, because I added 2 display monitors. But if I could screen share, we would watch it together and see that he's taking breaks on the bag, bro. Like, how are you impressed with a guy taking breaks on the bag and then saying, oh, look how good he looks on the bag? No. Why are we not saying he's taking breaks? That's what he's doing, is taking breaks. So I'm not going to be fooled by old man Pacquiao, just like I wasn't fooled by old man Mike Tyson. Yeah, I was. And not you guys. I mean, you know, the general public, they love to get fooled by their they love to allow themselves to be fooled by their nostalgia, is really what I think. I got Iron Mike on the check-in. What up?
BX.
What up, Nez? What up?
What up?
What's up, bro?
What up, Marco? What's
What
going
up,
on, guys?
the Bronx?
What's going on? Yo, if Pacquiao ends up pulling the upset, which I hope he does, I'll change my name handle from Iron Mike to my real name because I know that's what Marco's looking forward to. But I don't see that shit happening. If Ugas put the pause on Pac, that shit ain't happening. But it would be interesting though because the PVC could actually make Pac part 2. I mean, how would that look like? Or they can even make Tank versus Pacquiao. That's a mega fight. What do you think about that, Ness?
I mean, Tank versus Pacquiao is a super duper mega fight. And it's probably exactly what'll take place if Pacquiao can beat Barrios.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can sell it as
I mean, he's
Tank's
been trying to fight
conquering the 147 division.
Yeah, and Pacquiao's been trying to fight Tank for ages. If you look up the video, Pacquiao mentioned Barrios and Tank. He just couldn't get Tank.
Tank and Pacquiao might be the only one that Tank goes past 135 for. Because I don't think Pacquiao can make 135 anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he was willing to do it at a catchweight last video I heard from Pacquiao. But, I mean, having captured the WBC, if he can beat Barrios, Tank would have to move up to that weight just to be able to make the history. And like you said, because it's Pacquiao, he should be able to do that.
Yeah, it's a 144
I mean, that's the reason
weight. You make it a mega fight.
That's the reason they're giving Crawford such a shot, right? It was, Styles making fights and the fact that Canelo isn't a tall 68. Body stature is what Crawford is basing off of. Like, yeah, I could compete with him because of his body. So Tank would feel the same way. Like, okay, he's Pacquiao, but he ain't this big monster. I could compete with him.
Yeah, this would inject a whole lot of cash into the PVC to actually continue that business model that they got going. So I would like that shit to happen, honestly, but I just don't see it. I think Barrios is too young. He's too hungry. I don't know. So people are just discounting Barrios like he's just a bum. But that's my.
All right.
Yeah. That's how I feel. I feel that Mario Barrio is a worthy champion, a worthy opponent. I think he has good skills. The Ugas fight, tells me that he can compete. And I don't know. I see this being Mario Barrios' night, and I'm a little upset though that they're allowing this to go on. But hey, it is what it is. It's here, and if we got to talk about it. And I got Mario Barrios stopping Manny Pacquiao in this fight.
Stopping him? Oh.
Stopping him. Yeah. I don't think Manny Pacquiao gets to the 10th round.
I mean, nobody's ever stopped Pacquiao except for Marquez's. No. When he was younger, he had a couple knockout losses.
No, he got 3. He got knocked out 3 times.
Yeah, when he was like 18 twice before we knew him, and then Marquez is the only one who has stopped him as the legend we know, right?
No, Marquez put him in a coma, bro. He was lifeless.
That was
you could have counted 250 to 2,000. He wasn't moving.
Yeah, that was bad. Okay, well that's a bold prediction. I mean, hey, it's possible. I think that the height is going to pay a bit, because if Pacquiao's feet are any slower, he's fucked, because he needs to use those feet to get in, because that's a lot of reach and range.
I'm not going to ask you what your age is or anything, right?
I'm 48.
Do you still got your knees underneath you, or you got those?
You're no longer the oldest on the panel. Salute, mom.
Yeah. The spring. You know what I'm saying?
Everything.
That spring.
I box every day though, so my body's used to it.
Yeah, I don't think Manny Pacquiao got what makes Manny Pacquiao the key to his success was that straightforward burst. I don't think at 46 he can maintain that for 36 minutes.
And the movement, because it's like it's getting dudes dizzy. Like, just fucking stand still.
Right.
Yeah.
He's always going like, right, exactly, Marcos. And I'm not sure, man. I mean, you feel like a lion. You feel, and Marcos, yes. I can remember I was like when I was training just recently a few months ago, I felt my performance getting better and better in the gym. Yes, I did. So it was coming back. You're right. It was coming back, but not like it used to be. Of course not. I would love to think I was, or half what I am, but I got to be honest, bro. Young Edwin would beat the shit out of me.
But let's not forget Tank, who doesn't use that kind of movement and is as tall as Pacquiao, maybe shorter, was still able to catch Barrios over time. So
No,
maybe
but that burst of energy and speed that Tank has, Manny Pacquiao don't have that. You're comparing that
Tank's not foot speed though. He's hand. He's not. He doesn't burst in with his feet.
I know that, but his hand speed and that burst that he hit him with. Listen, the fact that Tank Davis was at 140, he was a blimp. Go back and watch that fight against Mario Barrio. His cheeks were like this. He looked so out of shape. What impressed me the most about Tank Davis was his performance. He shocked me that he was able to move that fast. He's God talented. He's God gifted. When he wasn't supposed to move like that. And he shocked Mario Barrio. He came out in the first 10 seconds of that round and he was so Mario Barrio was shocked at how fast he was up on him. And before he knew it, he took a strong left to the cheek and sat him down. Then he sat him down again in the round. So it's you can't tell me that Manny Pacquiao has that. He doesn't. He's going to actually have to fight Mario Barrio.
I don't know.
The only thing Mario Barrio got to do at 6 feet tall, Manny Pacquiao coming in at 5'4.5", right? Mario Barrio got one of the most decent jabs in boxing. He controlled Tank Davis and one point in the fight, he was up on the scorecards.
Yeah, no, he was beating Tank.
So you're gonna tell me that a young, electrifying Tank Davis, that Manny Pacquiao is on that level? That's what you're comparing him to? I don't think so, homeboy. I think Manny Pacquiao is in for a rude awakening. Anything could happen in fight, Marcos. Yes, we know
Pacquiao, my point is, you don't have to have fast feet for Barrios because Tank shows.
No, you don't.
And Pacquiao's legs might go.
Sorry, fellas.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Let me slide in the caller, man. I was trying to wait for a break, but you know you guys ping-ponging over there playing tennis.
You're right, Mario. You don't need fast feet.
What's good, Slim?
You
What's
already
up,
know,
guys?
champ, what it do.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. I ain't got time for all that super duper casual shit they talking about. Look. Nobody cares about Manny and Reggie Davis. All right, we not going to address the elephant in the room or what's going on because we do know what the play is. If y'all don't know, I'll let your sources know what's going on. And stop overvaluing Mario Barrios. Who gives a fuck what Davis did to Mario Barrios? Who gives a fuck? Mario is trash. Everybody know he's the weakest link at 140, 147. He wouldn't even be able to compete at 54. Please stop overvaluing Mario Barrios. Please stop. Because we seen what Davis did when he went to 140 to get the weakest link. He's ran his ass right back down to 135. Ran his ass quick as a motherfucker. So stop it. All right. This whole Barrios and Manny thing, y'all don't see what the bigger picture is? Y'all don't think we're gonna get a May Park 2 coming soon? Y'all don't think so? Because you do know Barrios is the ultimate company man. Oh, you heard me.
No, I didn't actually. I didn't say it again.
A May Park 2. A May Park 2. May 2.
Mayweather Pac 2. Yeah, I don't see that. I'm more on the Tank.
Okay,
No.
cool.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I think that Tank gets the fight.
That's what I've been saying the whole time here on the show. You must have been listening to me.
Tank and Manny, Manny and Pacquiao were talking a few years ago about fighting.
That's what I've been saying. I said I'm gonna stand on it that if Manny Pacquiao pulls this off and gets that belt, Floyd Mayweather's coming out of retirement.
You did say that.
Okay, that's the play. And you got it spot on. That is the play. I got sources that's telling me, and don't worry about Davis. He's retiring. I got sources that tell me you won't see Davis in the next after 12 months. So y'all go ahead and run and tell that. I don't care who should I blow up. You're not seeing him, so don't bring him up no more. You might not see him after the Jake Paul, depending on if they can rob Lamont again. They try to figure out how to rob Lamont again. I'm telling you. But that's neither here nor there. But y'all got to understand, Barrios is the ultimate company boxer. He's going to do what he got to do. They're going to tell him to do what he needs to do to make the company get out of the red. And the way you get out of the red is, remember what I just told you. Reggie retiring. So they need to make sure they put some bread in that motherfucking nest egg. You dig what I'm telling you? Meaning that May Park 2, whether y'all think it's trash or not, they know it's got some selling to, you can still get some bread off that shit. And it's definitely in the works. And Barrios is basically what I'm telling you. Barrios is selling that shit for May Part 2, and Barrios will be the co-main against Rolly or somebody else that's with a good name, not named Davis. So that's what it is. This whole shit is a scam. Manny shouldn't be fighting, but the way it's scammed up is he's gonna get it in. They're gonna give him that shit, and some people gonna make some money because that's all that's left is to make money right now. But Manny, man, ain't no way Manny should be competing with Barrios. But Barrios is trash, so people ain't even and all the bet money going on Manny. If you'll be a fool not to bet on Manny. If you bet on Barrios, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. So that's all I got for you, Slim. Bet on Manny. That's all I'm telling you. Plus money, plus 300. I'm out.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. Bet on Manny.
Shit, man. If this fight goes down, man, I mean, my man, listen, I've been saying that since the beginning. I thought that Manny Pacquiao would lure Mayweather back out. But if we all think about this play like you're suggesting, and one point in time, if Manny beats Mario Barrio, he becomes like one of the oldest champions. If he faces Floyd Mayweather, let's just not forget here, Floyd Mayweather is older than Manny Pacquiao. If Floyd Mayweather beats Manny Pacquiao in the rematch, he becomes the oldest.
Now I can see that, because that gives him the ability. But he don't chase records. That's the thing. It's money that brings out Floyd. Floyd is not coming back because.
And the money that it would generate, come on, it's
No,
not
I'm
a
not saying
billion
that
dollar
it
fight.
won't. I'm not saying that it won't. I'm just saying that he's more like, I'm fighting for money. I'm not fighting for, tying the legacy of George Foreman and the legacy of Bernard Hopkins. I'm greater than those guys. I'm TBE. You know what I mean? I think that's how he thinks.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? That's a real world title. That's a real belt. He comes back and wins that. You got to give him credit for that.
Hopkins was it 48-9 or 50? He's
49.
the oldest champ.
49.
And Floyd is what? 47, I believe. He's a year younger than me. So.
Okay.
That's still impressive, though.
Yeah. Yeah. And he would be taking his spot, too, on top of that. So. I don't know. Is it enough to entice Floyd? Does he really need the money of Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather 2 fight? It would be bigger than any fight Manny Pacquiao would have fought, right? Like, who else in the division 140? What? Jerron Boots Ennis? You think Manny Pacquiao was going to fight Jerron Boots? Hell no. So who else can he fight that'll generate that kind of money? With Floyd. And then Floyd coming back and listen, just the fact that you got Floyd to turn back around and give someone a crack of that undefeated record that you throw in everybody's face, people would tune in for just that.
Well, I mean, again, you sold me, but I don't know that you sold Floyd, right? Floyd, I don't know that he is going to come back for legacy.
Yeah.
I just don't see that. I got old Wizard that says, Ness, what's up with the TBV basketball game? And he's a member for 8 months on a contender level. So I actually just took all that data from the community page, and I'm going to see what we come up with here. Look, right now, to me, the only potential dates that we can do it based off the poll, we had options in June 14th and the 15th and June 21st and the 22nd. Those were the only dates. What we had gave you options was on location. I'm still willing to travel for this. I literally got to go to my house in Florida anyway and, check some things. So if you guys decide June 21st, 22nd in Florida, I'm down. If you decide here in Vegas, I'm obviously here. But I'm still down with the basketball game. I'm trying to get it done. So I'm with you, O Wizard. I'm sure for you, you would prefer it here in Las Vegas, which makes it a drive up for you. But looks like we're gonna have to put out a new poll and put a time limit on it to see if we can lock something in before, you
See,
know.
now, round one. If I played basketball, I would snap all kinds of ligaments and tendons. I would not be good.
Oh wow, really?
I could shoot like I'm a classic white boy. I could shoot the fucking lights out, but yeah, I haven't done it in so long. My body is not adjusted for that.
I like to play handball, racquetball.
I used
Yeah,
to
I
do
grew up.
handball coming up in Manhattan. Yeah, people played mad handball back in the day. Same thing
Yeah,
in Boston.
man. It's big in Springfield, bro. Big. You can go
Yeah.
down. You'll find all the legends down in the courts. Yeah, they got for the beginners, like the middle, the back wall. If you're in the back wall, then no. But was always in the main
Ness, they were
circles.
playing handball in fucking Newark. I doubt it.
Nah,
Oh
but I
yeah.
used to go to New York. I used to be what's those some projects in the Bronx, man. We used to play ball, so they got all those damn handball courts in the Bronx. And the people love that shit in New York. I don't know why.
Yeah, we
I
In New
never was
Jersey,
a handball dude. Never.
in New Jersey, we used to throw that rubber ball in the recess. We used to play baseball like that. You just throw it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Racquetball.
fuck. Yeah, handball was big, man. Anything outside for free, we would play. It didn't
Word.
require, you just needed a ball. That's it.
Nah, I used to go for training. I used to go inside the YMCA and I would play the old dudes with the rackets and I would use my hand, but I would switch out the black ball for the blue ball and I
Mm-hmm.
would play them. And
Mm.
I was sharp.
Yeah, racquetball was for the elite.
That ball comes off the wall. You got to chase it, run it down.
Let
Shit
me
is
know
dope.
on Discord, is the audio good? I had to restart. I don't know. And we're available to take calls on X Spaces and Discord if you want to call in. Now is the time. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and do this poll for the live show here. For these, that's actually too big. I don't know why they gave me all those options. I hate that YouTube only allows 4 options, bro. They suck. But phone lines are open if you guys want to call in. If not, early show. We're back at it 12 o'clock for an Unguarded with Vincent Colbert. He's going to be taking on O Wizard on our Border Wars amateur event taking place August 2nd in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Actually, Watertown, Wisconsin. Yeah, man. Phone lines are open.
What is that behind you? A dancing chef? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's my little boxing beef, my dancing chef. I'll be
It's a
chefing it up with
hologram.
boxing. I'm chefing it up with boxing. See what I'm saying? You get the message? Little
I
chef
got you.
dude.
You're cooking it up. Yeah.
Hold
Okay.
on. Okay, matter of fact, sometimes I'll be thinking about switching up and I forget in the show. So I'm gonna switch it up right now. We're gonna put something
Yeah, nah,
else
man.
on.
Your background makes mine look like I'm on food stamps back here. Your shit looks good.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I work hard at it. Bam, here we go. Pop and lock it. I like this one right here. I got to get some cool ones, right? Hey, check this out, right, Marcos? I ain't go front, right? Interesting story. I get this hologram machine, and it came with like 16 cool holograms, real dope shit, right? Way better than the ones I got. So I'm like all excited. So I'm like, hey, what's this format button? I pressed it, it erased everything. So I call the company and my SIM card and I give them a sad story. Look, I press the format. Look, is there any way that you can resend me the 3D images? So not only did they reimburse me the 16, they sent me like a 32 pack. They send me way more images. I'm like, yeah. I said, yo, let me download it from my computer onto the chip. So I'll just get the memory card, put it in, put it to the side. I got to the application. I said, what's this button? Format. I erased everything.
Damn.
What the hell was I thinking? I was like, I didn't know what, I was just like, Edwin, what am I going to do? Call them again? They're going to be like, get
Yeah,
the
no.
hell out of here. So I can't explain it, bro. I raced both of them. So these ones right here, I was able to download and get at least this on it. But
Right.
this can actually do way better 3D imaging. I'm like really cheating myself with these cheap ass ripoffs. Bro, the ones they sent me would look like they're hovering right here.
That don't
They were
look bad,
dope.
man, because I seen a few other ones that it rotates to, you know,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. You had a few there that have been more boxing, and they look
Yeah.
dope to me.
That's like the Planet one. That was a cool one and shit. The boxing beef right here. This is my go-to, my boxing beef.
Just don't
You know.
press the format button anymore.
Oh my God! Listen,
No mas.
I don't know what I was thinking, man.
So Barrios wins the poll, huh? Look at that. Not by a lot, but he does. 31, 33%. Okay.
Barrio won the poll?
Yeah, Barrios won the poll. I would have thought more people would think that Pacquiao would win, but I guess these are hardcores. They know boxing. They know that age matters and size matters and weight matters.
King Davis. Yo, one day I was on the Nest show and we were talking about Riyadh season and I had this. I had put this on. Oh shit, look, it's even crooked. I hit it earlier. Now I gotta fix it. See, that's what happened.
That's dope.
Yeah. And
they ain't paying you, so I would take it down. Fuck all that.
Yeah,
free shit.
absolutely.
But that's dope.
I'd
So
take it
you
down.
can see. I seen that one a lot. I didn't know if that was a fan or a piece of steak. Or
It's a
pork
piece of
chop. Is that
it's
a
like
pork
a
chop?
pork, like a steak, beef, boxing beef.
Okay. I mean, it looks like a pork chop.
Yeah, I didn't connect that. I just thought you had a piece of beef swinging at people, but it makes sense.
Nah, boxing beef.
He said a piece of beef swinging at people.
It makes sense now. That's cool. That's cool.
Yo. Nah, it is dope. I've been peeped. I'm like, okay, that's
This is
pretty-
my best. I think this is my favorite right here.
What, the
if I had
football
it,
trophy?
Yeah, because it's just the one I got. You know what I mean? I mean, it's hard sometimes when I got the Ali and George Foreman magazine, Ringside magazine inside here. It's the original magazine. It's
Check
in there.
this out, though. Check this
So
out.
that's cool.
We
Check this out.
comparing memorabilia.
This is from 1988. It's actually Little Mac.
Hey, Little
knocking
Mac,
out-
Mike
knocking
Tyson.
out Glass Joe. Yup, from Tyson's Punch Out.
That's Ali inside there. That's Ali. Inside here, I have never opened it. It's got like the removable boxing gloves and everything. That's Muhammad Ali. And then I got a lifesaver, of course. But this mofo right here, this is my baby.
What is that? Which I don't watch football. What's that one called?
Yeah, I don't watch football.
This is the Vince Lombardi Trophy, the first.
That's what they win. That's not the Heisman. That's what they win if they win the championship.
Yeah, this is what
Okay.
Tom Brady held up when Tom Brady beat the St. Louis Rams. This is his first. It's his replica, of course.
But it's a replica.
It's a replica, of course. But
So why do you feel like it's so dope if it's not the real deal? Like, I'm lost. No disrespect.
Because
just
it's
want to know.
First of all, it's heavy as shit, right? It's a real like replica size of it, right? I was photographed in the parade in Boston holding it up like this, and I came out of the newspaper, and like it's just a cool thing if you're a football head. And out of all Brady's, you know, which one you'll get? That Atlanta trophy was dope as shit too. But if I'm gonna spend the money on it, I want where he started, the number one, where it all started.
When I was at that Turkey Al Sheikh event, Tom Brady was there. He was involving him for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, he left the NFL, and that was my last football game. I don't watch no other sport but boxing now. You know, so those days are over. No, I don't watch basketball. I don't watch baseball. Nothing. I just full-time boxing. That's it.
Yeah, I don't watch none
like
of that
Nick's
shit.
giving us blue balls over here, but that's cool.
I got Khaled, Indiana. What it do? While we wait for him to connect, I got the live poll going on our YouTube. So go ahead and vote for the potential basketball dates. What up, Khaled?
What up, bro? You hear me? We good?
We good.
I bet. Real quick. I ain't get a chance to speak on that David shit yesterday. Uh, I want the Callum Smith fight for my man David Benavidez. That's all I really want for him. I don't want no yard, none of that. I want the Callum Smith scrap. That's the good work. I think that's a better fight. That's a good name on the resume for my man. He need that Callum Smith work. As far as this Mario Barrios and Pac-Man, Pac-Man gonna get packed up by fucking Mario Barrios, bro. That's not a good scrap. I think that Mario Barrios can easily win this fight if he just stay behind the jab, catch him running in the shots, just be the taller man. Pac-Man at this age, being inactive out the ring, you know what I'm saying, is just not gonna pose a threat to Mario Barrios. I don't think Mario Barrios is just incredible, but I mean, he's still a champion. He's still been in the ring with real guys, and he's just the more active guy. He's the younger guy. Like, it's really, this will help build. This is really for Mario Barrios. Like, this will build his profile, get him paid. Devin Haney, Tiafimo, those guys are coming up. So Mario Barrios is gonna be in a position to just get more paydays.
Yeah,
and
but
just
if
build his
Barrios
profile.
win, this a Tank rematch. If Pacquiao win, this a Tank fight. You know that. Pacquiao been asking for. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
was just
Go
gonna say
ahead.
Pacquiao been asking for Tank forever, and Tank can get a huge fight, fighting a welterweight to just beat a legend that he already beat in a rematch that people would want because the Atlanta show was sold out. I was there.
No, that's a great point. I just don't be knowing if Tank trying to really, because Tank been clear that when he went up to 40, he didn't like it. It wasn't comfortable for him. So unless it's at a catchweight, I don't know if he really just trying to go up to welterweight. We be wanting him to do that, but like the boxing component or just getting the work element that like come with Tank, it just don't seem like he really with that. And then even with the money, I don't know if he just gonna go up to 147. He gonna try to bring him down and put him on a clause or some shit, just on some. Like, I just don't see him trying to do that. But the Manny Pacquiao fight, that kind of make more sense because that could be at some catch weight. Pacquiao's a little smaller, but Pacquiao not winning, bro. Like, Pacquiao, you just don't go in there after 5 years of getting there with a champion. Mario Barrios just not fooled like that. Like, it's just, Pacquiao, you ain't been active. You ain't taking no tune-ups. You just about to go in there and fight Barrios. Like, it's just not about to go like that. But, yeah, like, yeah, they've done a good job as far as keeping Barrios away from Boots and Norman. So he just gonna fight them other guys and just get paydays, bro. So I'm looking forward to it. We got Plant fight this weekend. Hey yo, are you doing a live fight chat for the Plant fights this weekend, Ness?
Of course, man.
All right, bet, bro. What's up, bro? Leave it there. All right, bro. Shout out to y'all. That's my call.
Yeah,
Stone
gonna be
Bone,
fun.
what it do? What it do? We got the community poll page as well, so you can vote on the live show right here, and you can also vote on the community page. Let's make it happen. The dates are not changing, so if y'all want to make it happen, those are the dates. The locations are not changing. I want to make it happen, those are the locations. Stone Bone, Colorado, what it do? You got to unmute, player, Himalaya. Alex Vega.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
Alex Vega.
Step to the rear. The hammer is here. How are you?
What
good
up?
morning. Good afternoon. And maybe good night for Marco. KO, I'm out of here, man. Talking shit. Good to see you, Marco. Welcome back.
What's up? What's up, Barry White voice?
What's up, baby? How you doing?
Oh, man, I'm doing all right. I'm not going to lie, man. That conversation y'all had really fucked up my whole, thought process. Like, y'all really bored the shit out of me talking about your little memorabilias and all that. But, I mean, it's cool to have that stuff and to be proud of it. But that shit really fucked my head up, bro. What the fuck's the topic? Barrios. Yeah. No, I think it's extremely disrespectful for people just thinking Manny Pacquiao's going to come off a 4 or 5 year retirement. I don't even know how long it's been, and just come in here and pack Barrios up. A common thing I'm hearing, just way too much, extremely disrespectful as well, is Paulie Malignaggi's been saying it over and over again. I think fans have been taking on to it. Is that Mario Barrios sucks? That is, yeah, bro. We got to stop doing that, man. I was just having conversations as well. People, when it comes to basketball, people saying like, this player sucks. It's like, yo, you guys, you got to stop. Stop saying these guys suck. These guys are at the top level of their sports. Someone in the NBA, MLB, someone in having fights consistently at a world championship level. No, those guys cannot suck at all. Like you put an NBA player at your local LA Fitness, the motherfucker's cooking everybody. You take boxing off for a couple years, right? You never box, you do it for a couple years. You are getting fucking destroyed by Mario Barrios, and you could be in shape at 185 pounds, ripped up, chipped up. He's gonna fuck you up. Y'all gotta stop with this, man. Now, when it comes to this matchup, of course, we know the name Manny Pacquiao. We've seen him in big fights for decades. I mean, he's literally decade of the fighter, I think, for the 2000s or something like that, or 2010s. I can't remember. So obviously he's a great fighter. We got to give him a lot of credit for what he's accomplished, the challenges he's taken on, and how he's overcome most of them. But at the end of the day, bro, he's 46. And people are like, oh, Bernard Hopkins, George Foreman. Bernard Hopkins was active the whole time. George Foreman did what Nestle used to like to call bum of the month, right? So, y'all got to stop, man. Barrios, I fully expect him to win, man. Appreciate the time.
I agree, man. I don't. That's why in my room, at least, I don't use the bum word to calling people cans, because anybody who gets in there and risks their life, you got to get some sort of respect. But
Well,
I mean, Rolly showed you guys that, right? You know, one of our co-hosts loves to call Rolly, probably the worst name I've ever heard in boxing, a crayon eater. And that crayon eater, beat his favorite fighter. I mean, I call that karma. I call that karma.
Who, Tone?
Well,
yeah. And then Rolly turns around and beats Ryan. That's karma. But that just goes to show that you can't count someone out because you just don't know, bro. In boxing, it's so strange, man. You think someone's old and they're not. You think someone's young and they're not.
You think they're motivated. Like Ryan, you would think would come off in his next fight after the whole Devin thing, like, and he came off just
you would figure he had something to prove, and he just didn't lay it out on the line. Nope. I got KL Gapo $2. Round one, break down a match between Bam and Inoue. You on the clock, fam? Because I know you about to go crazy.
Realistically, Bam's a little too small, but in a hypothetical situation like this, Bam Rodriguez at 115 pounds, Naoya Inoue's at 122 pounds. They're two divisions apart. As in height, they're roughly around the same height. The thing is that the way that if you allow me, we can meet at 118. And if we meet at 118, I think that Bam Rodriguez will give Naoya Inoue one of the toughest skilled matchup he has ever faced. I feel that Bam Rodriguez brings a lot of traits to the fight. I think that he cuts angles and he moves in very, intelligently. Sometimes he can get a little excited, and you saw that when he got dropped in his fight. But the way that these guys are built and wired, after Bam suffered his first knockdown, he went right at him. Same thing like Naoya Inoue. Naoya Inoue is very skilled. The one thing about Naoya Inoue that really stalls him are awkward fighters. Awkward fighters he studies them more. But what caters more to Naoya Inoue is an actual boxer. The better you are boxing, the more dangerous he technically is. He loves when the dance is performed at his highest level, Naoya Inoue, and he's going to slip punches on Bam Rodriguez. Honestly, if he fights him at 118, I don't think there was a man alive that's going to beat Naoya Inoue. I think it'll be an exciting fight for as long as it lasts, but I do see a stoppage. Either way, both men are remarkable fighters. I just think that Naoya's, I'll give him 10% better than Bam because I think that Bam is very electrifying and he's really good on the inside cutting angles. That gets me kind of nervous. And the more I think about that, but interesting fight. Both men possess their unique styles. That would be a dream fight for me.
Yeah, I mean, I got, nobody asked me, but fuck it. I got Inoue, especially because Bam's at what, 115, right? And
Yeah,
Inoue's too big.
yeah,
I think he
yeah.
bangs his ass out like a Southside Crip.
And if you bring Naoya Inoue down, it'll be worse. He would be better off fighting him at 122 because Naoya Inoue at 118 was even that more explosive and more dangerous. He was something else. The way he did took apart Stephen Kubo Fulton shocked me. Come on, bro. I thought Stephen Kubo Fulton would win one round. Honestly, come on, man. He didn't win a round, not 30 seconds in the match. That was retarded. He shut him down. It was a masterclass. And then he beat him in the Philly shell. His own style.
Inoue is
Stop the
great.
fight. Stop the glazing.
I'm sorry.
Brown
There's
boy
no glazing
fresh.
here. There's no glazing here.
Counterpunch.
Only recognition to a world champion. There's only recognition.
How? Brown boy fresh, what up?
And I resent that to that dude.
Real
I like
quick.
my toys.
Are we good?
We good.
Mo, look, when I call a fighter trash and a bum is compared to his contemporaries, he's a bum and a trash. He's bumming trash. To me, Mario compared to his contemporaries and the guys that's supposed to be the guys we compare him to, he's trash. That's just like if you compare fucking Josh Allen to Levi down in Tennessee as a quarterback. He's trash compared to motherfucking Josh Allen. We can go back and forth. You compare SGA to motherfucking Dylan Brooks. He's trash compared to SGA. That's the way I look at it, because he's trash compared to me, because I'm an engineer. So that's just like me telling Barrios, well, Barrios, I need you to put this there, put that there, put it together. He's trash, because that's not what he do, and I'm not what he do. So, of course, I'm not a boxer. That's not what the fuck I do. So when I refer to a motherfucker as trash, that's what I'm referring to, and I can do that, and nobody can change it. You dig? So that's where y'all need to stop protecting these boxers, acting like these boxers is giving y'all some motherfucking brownie points for protecting them. The fuck are we talking about? I grew up boxing, but I'm not no professional, and if I was a professional, I wouldn't be moving like these suckers do. To me, they trash because most of them move like suckers. And y'all still protecting these boxers. Oh, don't call him trash. Fuck him. Fight somebody. Win something. Barrios ain't win shit. He got gifted more shit than he won. And Bama sitting here calling, protecting that motherfucker. Fuck Barrios. Paulie got it right. That Bama trash. But that's all I got, Slim. Stop protecting these Bama ass boxers, bro. God damn. I'm out, Slim. That's all I had to say. All this fucking protection of these fucking boxers out of control, man.
Well,
See, all
I
three
think
of us.
he's getting it confused with
I think
protection
he is. He's mad confused. Yeah,
protection and
No.
respect.
But,
Protection and
I
respect.
don't
We're
have
just
to
showing the
respect
fighters
some.
respect.
No. I don't need to respect somebody that's moving.
That's you.
That's moving
That's you.
suspect.
That's you.
Exactly,
That's you.
and that's me, and that's what I said.
But
And
he's
that's
not
what I
being
said.
judged
I don't
against
have
his
to respect him.
contemporaries like you're accusing him of. Wait, hold on. You're weighing him.
He's not on the level of his contemporaries.
Wait,
Everybody knows it because
all right.
we don't.
Oh, I heard you. Okay, but if you're judging him to his contemporaries, that's
compared to
not
his contemporaries.
Okay, listen, that's not who he's fighting. He's fighting Manny Pacquiao. How
He's
can you
fighting
judge him
somebody
to his
nobody we asked for. Right.
Okay, but
Yeah,
that's
fighting somebody
apples and
nobody asked for.
oranges. That's apples and oranges. This is the fight that's being taken place, and we're talking about something that occurred.
it's a
You're
trash
talking
fight.
about a
And it's a
hypothetical
trash fight.
situation, and that
Is
you're
it
not.
a trash fight? Yes or no?
No, it's not. Are you gonna watch it? I bet you will. I bet you will.
It's a difference between watching.
I bet
it's a difference
you
between
will.
watching and buying it. Am I going? Ask me. Am I going to buy it?
No.
Okay,
That's
you're
your
not going to
business.
ask me if I'm going to buy it.
That's
I
your
watch
business.
boxing regardless. You know how many
Okay.
trash ass fights I looked at? You know how many trash ass fights I done looked at?
I don't
It
know.
happens.
I don't know
But
you
at the end of the day,
personally.
it's
How
a
could I guess
difference.
that?
Mo, listen. Let's stick to it. Will I buy
What?
it? Fuck no. Will I watch it? Yes, because I
All
can do
right.
that. Because it's
Wow.
boxing. I watch boxing
That's awesome.
regardless. I watch boxing regardless.
Well
But
then,
will I buy it? Fuck no. And will
okay,
I bet on it?
so
Fuck yes, because I'm betting on Manny to get that plus 300 because it's a scam. You motherfucking right. That's what I'm betting. It's a trash motherfucking fight. The fuck? I ain't changing
what's the
my
scam
opinion and
about the
calling no
fight? What do you
boxing.
know about the fight? Give me some insight. Who's winning?
I called you and told you about the fight already. Keep up.
All
I
right.
told you
What
about the
round?
fight
What round?
already,
What
son.
round? What round? Come on. I might want to put some money on this.
I
What
don't
round?
care about the round. I told you bet Manny for the win plus 300. I can't be more specific than that.
Okay.
The fuck are we talking about? Plus,
I got
bet the money
options.
line.
I want
ain't
options.
even
I want
the
options.
money line.
I
Manny
want
money line.
options. You only gave me one option. I got to take your first
Money
word on
line.
it.
I don't have to give you no fucking options. Money line. The fuck
I'm
are we
asking for
talking about?
options. I'm asking for options.
You not
Come
good enough for
on,
me. You not good enough for me to ask you for options. You not good enough.
Let me move on, champ. I got some other callers,
Yeah,
but
you
I
good.
appreciate you.
You sound mad, bro.
Stone
Hey, yo, go
Bone.
hug a tree. Go hug a
Damn,
tree,
hug
bro.
a tree.
You know
Ain't
that
that a
guy.
bad reference? Hug
You
tree
know that
hugger.
guy's never been in the ring before because he had no
Never.
respect
Damn.
for fighters.
Damn, that was wild, man. I can't compete with that, Ness. I can't compete with that, man. I'm gonna be trash compared to that call right there, man. Like, yeah, man. Hey, we gotta judge Barrios against his contemporaries, right? Boots. Who the other champions? Boots, Brian Norman,
Brian
and
Norman.
Boots unified now. So it's
Yes,
Boots,
two belts.
Brian Norman, and Mario, right?
Yep.
So listen, Boots, we saw him struggle, look like trash against a guy with movement, right? He couldn't hit Karen. So Karen came with a different game plan and walked towards Boots, and Boots still looked a little average. He looked better because Karen was in front of him, but he struggled again in a lot of spots in that second Karen fight where Karen stepped to him through the angle and landed the shot wide open. He hit Boots anytime he threw that. And if that was somebody with real power, Boots might would have been put down for the first time in his career. A couple of those fights, he's been hit clean when he's trying to slip the punch with his hands down, and he gets hit clean. But he rolls it a little bit, but a guy with a little more season, a little bit more athleticism would catch him with a little more power at the end of that shot. So he ain't trash based off of the guys that's in his contemporary. Brian Norman, he's a new champion, right? They say he looked at basic against the tall kid. What's his name? Can't think of his name right now. I met him so
Boca
many fucking
Chica.
times.
Boca Chica.
No. Boca Chica was a better fight. What's the kid name? I think he's from Texas, man. I met him hanging with Shakur them. He had the fight on ESPN. Damn, what's his name? Ness. He be on the show before. Whatever his name is, the
Favorite
taller kid.
Polanco?
No, Brian Norman fought him on ESPN, and everybody said I can't think of his name right now, but that's besides the point. But if you look up, it was probably 3 fights ago. That's who he fought. Ness. Once you see it, you'll know exactly who he. Marquise, is it?
Oh no, you talking about the dude from Texas.
From Texas, yeah, he from Texas. He was
Andorra?
He got the win over him. I remember that kid. I can't remember his name. That's crazy. I interviewed him, bro.
Yeah, you did. I met him just when he was hanging with Shakur. He came to the fight.
Yeah.
Is it Taylor? Is it Marquise? Somebody, I can't think of his name. Right
Marquise Taylor's the dude that upset Yoelvis Gomez. It's the other one.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. I'll find it. Yeah, I'm gonna find it.
But based off of that, he's not trash, right? He's a champion in the division, so that raised him above a lot of the guys. He fought decent guys. He was in there with Tank till Tank stopped him. But no matter what happened in this fight, Barrios should win. But Barrios is going to look like he lost, right? He always his head's always swole up. He's always
Quentin Randall.
His eyes always messed up. Quentin Randall. There you go. So after that fight, people were saying Norman was trash. So everybody have a fight where they say that they look trash, or maybe it was, you know what I mean? Like it just happened. It's boxing. We so fickle fans. We turn on fighters so quick. You know what I mean? And we want to be the first ones to say somebody wasn't good versus saying like, hey, he'll be better.
They did it to Boots too. You know, the
Oh yeah,
Karen
that
fight.
that first Karen. Yeah. Even and the second, it was just these are young guys that are learning on the job. And they're not active like the old fighters used to fight every 60, 90 days. These dudes is fighting every 6 months and they're I mean, Boots does slow down. He got 30 fights so fast, but now he's kind of moved slowed down. So hopefully they can keep the pace up for him. But Barrios Pacquiao should be a good fight. Pacquiao gonna land shots. But you remember he was sipping soup. His wife was feeding him soup after the
Yeah,
Ugas
and
fight.
that
That
video
video went viral.
resurfaced. That video resurfaced.
Oh man, put that up and show him this what you want, Pacquiao. Hey, politics might be dirty, but I don't know. Over there, they killing people in the Philippines. So maybe he'd rather box than run for president because them guys over there do not play about politics. I watched that online, and politics probably more dangerous than sipping soup after getting beat up. So I'm gonna put if you betting that 300 sounds crazy. I ain't a gambler,
Yeah,
but
I ain't
300
know
sounds
plus
crazy.
300. That is wild on Pac.
That's wild. For a legend,
And for
you
money
might have to
line.
bet there for the robbery.
And for
You might have
money
to bet there
line.
just for robbery,
Hell
right? For
yeah.
robbery and nostalgia. But I
But
don't know.
the
Either way
last
it go,
time
Barrios'
I
face
listened
gonna
to
be
Ron
swollen.
Boy, I lost a couple dollars listening to Ron Boy in his parlay the last time.
Yeah, that's why I don't gamble, man. Allah said don't waste your time and your money. You got better things to spend
He
it on.
like, lock it
Hey,
in,
so man, y'all hold
Slim.
it down.
Lock it in. It's
Y'all
a
hold it down.
guarantee, Slim. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker done sold me. Let me sprinkle something on this fake
Hey
guarantee.
man, hey, that dog, he is Gary Russell. Gary don't fight no more. He got burner accounts calling the boxing boys. All right, man. I'm gonna catch y'all later, bro. Peace.
All right.
Peace.
I got Pistol Parkway Mozzie that says, I watch trash fights every weekend. I can't lie. Yeah, I watch everything. I guess Johnny Mansour might have heard that I was like shocked he was a main event. Homeboy seen my message yesterday and he ain't answer me. I'm like, oh yeah? Oh, you don't want to be interviewed by the king? You out here playing games? All I said is how the hell you get a main event? Nobody ain't know you. Now we know you. You feel me?
Oh, well, that'll do it.
I'm just saying, bro, 3-0. How the fuck do you get a DAZN main event off that? Now we know. Obviously, Mia St. John and her daughter, they work with the WBC, and they created
Guys
combat mental health boxing. So,
guys are sensitive. Guys get sensitive. You know that.
Hey, man, listen. You got a story to tell. Nobody know your mom had cancer. Nobody knew that this card was about mental health. You know, now we know. I mean, at least I tuned into your shit live. I watched that shit live. Like, damn, give me some respect. You know what I'm saying? Pat Bandero.
What it do, community?
What it do?
Shout out to you, Ness, doing your your warm up.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Marco. Shout out
What up?
to Round Uno.
Round Uno.
What's up?
Yeah, as far as Barrios against Pacquiao, I don't really like the fight, but you know that's how it goes with the business. I have Barrios winning against Pacquiao, but I guess because I've seen like Pacquiao against Ugas, and I think what Barrios need to do really is to make sure that he goes up to the 12th round, because I've seen like Pacquiao gassing out against Ugas around round 9th. So to be honest, Ugas fight was like 5 years ago, wasn't it? 4 or 5 years ago, I don't remember. But yeah, Barrios should get that. However, I agree with a lot of people. Barrios, if you compare him to like a lot of guys from his weight, he's got. I don't think he's gonna keep his belt that long. You have like people like I can see like even Rohan Polanco beating him. I can see obviously Devin Haney giving it a good fight and beating him. Teofimo, you know, even to be honest with you, and we have to look at it, but I can even see Conor Benn giving like a really good fight. So he's gonna be there for a little bit. But if you compare to the Hennis, Norman Jr., even Stanionis when he comes back, I'll see him beating Barrios. So I understand what people say. But yeah, I think he's having a good life, Barrios, a little bit, and his time will come. His time will be up soon. But that's my call, man. Shout out to you guys.
Real quick, where's your accent from?
I'm French, but I live in the UK.
Because I'm big on that, and I was hearing British, I was hearing French. It was confusing the shit out of me. Okay, that makes sense.
You got it right, my brother. You got it right.
Good shit. Good shit.
All right.
And I speak Spanish too. Ya tú sabes.
Ya tú
Sounds like
sabes.
that sounds like a smooth dude who try and steal somebody's girl with that voice. Get out of here with that.
That's what it is. That's what it is. You know what I mean?
Hasta luego, papi. Ciao.
Salud.
Take it easy, Pat. We got some results we need to give on the poll on the community page. Pacquiao versus Barrios.
Oh no! Richard Steele stops the fight.
Can Manny pull off the upset, or will Barrios prove he's no underdog? Barrios by KO, whopping 38%. Barrios by decision, another 35%. Pacquiao wins on points, 26%. Fight ends in draw, 1%. And we also have the other poll, that I need you to vote on. Let me refresh. We only been out for 10 minutes. This is courtesy of Mozzie. No, was it Mozzie? It was Old Wizard, who reminded us about the basketball game. Fortunately for us, the original dates are still available. So 25 minutes ago, I put Boxing Voice fan basketball and barbecue meetup this summer. Vote for the Las Vegas or Florida June 14th or June 14th to the 15th or 21st to the 22nd dates. So June 14th and 15th, Las Vegas, 7% of the votes so far. June 14th, 15th, South Gulf Coast, Florida, 27%. June 21st, 22nd, Las Vegas, 47%. And June 21st, South Gulf Coast, Florida, 20%. So it seems like on the YouTube community page, 47%, which is a pretty big number, prefer June in Las Vegas. And over on our live right here on YouTube, we got June 14th and 15th, Las Vegas, 30%. June 14th, 15th in Florida, 12%. June 21st, 22nd, Las Vegas, 26%. June 21st, 22nd, South Gulf, Florida, 32%. So we're a bit undecided here, is what it looks like. Mandalorian, what it do?
Yo, there's y'all can hear me clear?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you. What's good, man? Wrong one and Marco.
Chilling.
What's good?
Hey, y'all done pissed Ron Boy off, man. You should just let him and Ron One had a debate. That shit was funny, but Ron Boy, no, bro, I already done called in and told him before, man. You say you betting on Manny to get that upset. Like I told you before, Ness, I'm with Ron One all the way, man, because I voted on the poll. I put him back.
You breaking up, Chip. You breaking up. Breaking up bad.
Okay, am I still right now?
You good now.
Okay. Hey, sure. So just let me know if I am. But yeah, I got Barrios, like I told you, I got him stopping Manny, man. You know, I tell you my soundbite. I try my best. Yeah, we're gonna hear that again, but hopefully we hear that shit for the last time. Cause like I told you, I'm gonna watch it for sure, but I don't want to see Manny go out bad like I think he's gonna go out bad. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know.
Hey, I can't remember. Hey, shout out to you too for the two interviews yesterday, man. Them was solid. That Fernando Vargas Jr. and then the Antonio Vargas. Did you or anybody else? Did they ask this? Cause I was thinking. I said Bam ended up moving up to 118. And Antonio Vargas, he still got that WBA belt. That's a good fight for both of them in Texas. You think so?
Which fight? Antonio Vargas and who in Texas?
And Bam move up to
Oh,
118.
oh yeah. I mean, you heard Vargas though. He seemed focused on undisputed and the names of his division, but yeah, Bam would be a huge fight for him.
Nah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I know he's from Houston, and then I know Bam from San Antonio. So that's what I was thinking that when like he was in the interview, because I had forgot like to put a question in. And ask. Yeah, I was curious of that. But aside from that though, yeah, I ain't really like that's about it. All I got on that topic. Like I said, I know we already talked about this before. I mean, I don't know. I just like I said, I don't want to see Manny go out bad, but I definitely think he gonna go out bad because I'm like, them training videos one thing, but even in training, he nothing too crazy. He of course he old got it like he used to. I mean, like he say, literally, he gonna go in there and give his best, but I don't think he gonna do nothing too crazy. So I don't know. You still getting Troy Isley on the show next?
He canceled on me, bro. He ain't no show. I texted him and DM'd him. He must be asleep or
Oh,
something.
okay, yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah, that's why I was curious. I was like, I remember you said you was finna end the show, and you said Troy Isley supposed to hop on, so I don't know. And before I go to this, hey, that's an interesting fight. Y'all talking about Quinn Randall, but did you notice Tiger Johnson on key card next week? He fighting Boa Chica?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be a pretty interesting fight. I feel like they probably using that as a gauge too over there at Top Rank, because they might be like if Tiger he run through or he stop Boa Chica or something. They might be either looking to get him that Polanco fight, him that Santiago fight, or but just using them as gauges to possibly get in and them to fight Brian Jr. So, but that'll be interesting. And what else I was saying? Oh yeah, because I had checked the numbers too yesterday. 'Cause I was talking to somebody about it on Twitter. I think Tank did like you were talking about that fight in State Farm. I think he did in June. He did 16.5K. And Shakur, I think he did 5,200K with Jamel Herring when they fought at State Farm in Atlanta. So you think Brian Norman he can make something shape good at State Farm, or should he fight at the Pavilion?
I don't know,
The Pavilion,
man.
that's
I
Georgia
feel
Tech
like that.
basketball arena.
I feel like that Atlanta market is tougher than what people think. Like again, Shakur, Herring. I just for sure thought that was gonna be a big fight out there, cause it's Black Atlanta, right? And nah, they ain't show up.
Exactly. Yeah.
5,000 was dirty work for them. Like that's crazy. I thought they should have got more than that. And then Tank did like 20, so it's like a huge gap between Tank and everybody else. And then there's not really other people outside of like the Shakur and Tank fights. All you got is low, not low. You got club shows.
Yeah, see, so that's why I asked you, because I think that's why I say he could probably do the Pavilion, because the Pavilion, I think the Pavilion, they got the one arena up in Duluth.
We
I
don't
think it
even know
only
what
fit like
Norman
8
could
fans
do,
or
though.
something.
That's the issue. We don't know what Norman could do.
Yeah, I'm
They need
hoping
to
that
put
was
him
I
out
hope
there.
after this Wasaki fight.
I
Yeah, that
mean,
was I'm
I
hoping after
doubt
this
it. I
Wasaki fight,
doubt
they'll
it.
bring that man over there.
Unless Ennis move up, I don't see that happening. Obviously, the Ennis fight being there, Norman isn't only with Top Rank. He got that great manager in Adrian Clark. So there's gonna be some talks and negotiations. Listen, I want y'all to vote on this poll. It's on the YouTube community page. It's also on the YouTube live. Let's, lock in a date for this basketball game and barbecue. We can do that. Even if y'all don't want to do barbecue, like we could always hit up Nevada Chicken out here, which is phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let's get this ball game locked in, man. Line 6, Reed. What up?
What up? Hey, can you hear me, man?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. So, I don't know, man. I'm kind of irritated right now. So let me ask you this. So in the NBA, back in the day, people acknowledged that Michael Jordan was the best. Then Kobe Bryant came along, people acknowledged that he was the best. Then LeBron James, he the best. The issue I have is this, man. You guys keep sitting here trying to throw these people that ain't nowhere near on Boots' level at Boots. And hey, I get it. Bill Haney, for some reason my thing wasn't working that day. Hey, I respect him. He's done a great job with his son. His son's a good fighter, man. But a great fighter at that. But come on, man, like you can't compare those two guys. Like, okay, he's been undisputed. This and that. He's had the opportunity. If you gave Boost the same opportunity, he had the same opportunity Haney had. It would be safe to say he could have did the same thing. So and then the whole thing with comparing Haney's career with Mayweather's career, it's not a one-for-one thing because everybody didn't get the same opportunity. Not saying Haney had an easy time, but the point I'm making to you is you guys can't be saying that, oh, Teal can come up and get Boots problems. He's not going to get Boots problems, bro. Like, yeah, I think it's a cool fight. It's a good fight to get Boots' name more mainstream and stuff like that. But I'm trying to get this dude to undisputed 47, 54, and so forth and so forth. Like what Hearn said when he first came. But there's people out there, don't take this wrong way, but like you just trying to throw all these dumb fights at Boots that ain't going to help him become undisputed, bro. Like, and then, yes, riddle me this, man. How can you sit here, how can people sit here and say, oh, Boots isn't this or that, he ain't fought nobody, or this, he can only fight who they want to fight. Oh, he dug Virgil Ortiz. What about when Virgil Ortiz was 47 and he didn't want to fight Boots? Maybe Boots actually wanted to undispute like he said he was going to originally do. I don't think Boots would fuck that dude up, bro, period. Like, there's hands down, I bet my whole house a year's salary on that, bro. Like, he would fuck that dude up. There's nothing in no parallel universe could, what's his name, Virgil Ortiz, fuck with Boots. Period. I don't care if he got power because Boots got power too. He got to get it. And hold on, one more thing, Ness. Just notice, y'all say Shakur got the best defense stuff. If Boots wanted to go in the fight and not get hit, like his focus was defense, I guarantee you he wouldn't get hit if he didn't want to get hit. It's not that hard when you got those guys level of talent to not get hit, bro. But Boots is trying to give people what they want to see. So he gets hit a couple of times. So everybody say, oh, he gets hit too much. And I just wish Boots was listening right now because Boots, just please go out there and just put a snooze test on and just completely make it where a person can't even smell you, bro. Please just show these cats what it is. And Tim Bradley talking that shit, bro, his wife is ugly. That's my call.
All right. Spreading that Boots gospel. Shout out to Line 6 Reed. Listen, Pistol Parkway Mozzie with the $2 more says, damn, June, as in next month, Ness? Yeah, I mean, those were the original dates. And Mozzie, yo, listen, vote for Florida, and you can't tell me you ain't going to find an $80 flight from fucking JFK or LaGuardia to hella parts in Florida. Like, so many different parts in Florida, bro. Like, Florida's mad cheap to travel to. I don't even understand why people don't vacation there more. Certainly got them Caribbean vibes, great weather, cheap flights, especially from the East Coast, bro. For real, for real. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. Don't forget to vote on my poll. I really want to lock this basketball game in. I got this fancy new camera that'll follow us around when I dunk on somebody, so it won't be like those that don't make it won't be able to be there. We gonna take y'all there, live streaming. You know, I got the satellite. You know what I'm saying? I could literally set up the Satty and motherfucking connect everything and then have a real game. Like, it's only gonna be one camera view though. We ain't gonna get too fancy. But yeah, man, let's do it. So I need you to vote on the community page even after this episode is over. And you can vote on the live poll that we got going right now during this episode right here at youtube.com/The Boxing Voice. Right now, and if you're not planning on going, don't vote, right? Don't waste the time to vote to say where you would want it to go if you're not going. Because you can heavily influence where it takes place, and then we don't even have enough people. I want to run a full. I ain't with that half court shit. You feel me? At least need to get a full going. But look, I'm not going to bore you. Big Gucci Nick, what it do?
What it do? What it do, man?
What up?
I got cut off earlier. I don't know what happened, bro. I had all 4 bars on that bitch. That shit still cut out. I can't explain that, man. Um, but yo, look, on the topic, man, see a lot of smart boxing minds picking Barrios, man. Like 70-30, 80-20. Shout out my man Saint in the Discord, man. And the members chat. Yeah, members gang, baby. Champion level shit, broke boys. By the way, everybody hop on the Discord, man. Hell yeah. Yo, everybody hop on the Discord, man. I know a lot of you on YouTube, but yo, the Discord lit too, man. When there's no show, we still in there talking boxing. Plus, Discord, you can drop all the topic suggestions and shit for Ness, man. I know Ness be struggling to find them topic suggestions for the second show. Well, look, on to the topic. I think this is a closer fight than y'all think, man. 45-55, but I'm still favoring Barrios, man. I'm gonna have to have the young champion, who was really battle tested in his last fight. A lot of people said he lost that fight, but nah, that was a solid fight, man. That'd be a hard out for anybody, I feel like. Um, but yo, like I said before, man, Pacquiao ain't really been that partying type, bro. Like he want to lead by example, like always training and shit to motivate his son in camp, who's a boxer. Uh, but yo, I feel like he never really got out of shape, even though he's been out for 4 years, and of course that's gonna play a part. But I mean, look, that being said, I still think he has a valid shot in winning a unanimous decision, man. Especially if he let the output do the talking, he could sway the judges, man. If anybody could do it, Pac-Man could do it, bro. Look, we seen all these legendary fighters having the capability to do these things like George Foreman, Bernard Hopkins, R Double J. I mean, Pacquiao is in that same boat, bro. Legendary shit, man. We gonna see what happened. Yo, if Pac is plus 300, man, shit, I might have to drop a dub on that shit. Um, but yeah, we gonna see, man. It's looking interesting. I want to see how they look in the weigh-ins. Pac being 46, I know he got that slimmer physique, but
He
I'm
either
gonna have
gonna
to
have
wait for
that
the
dad
weigh-ins.
bod or he gonna have that TRT bod.
Nah, he gonna have that TRT buff for sure. Nah, man. Hopefully they do some testing in this bitch. He an old ass man, so he gonna want everything to his advantage. But yo, man, that's all I got, gang. I'm gonna keep listening.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Real quick, before we get to the next caller, don't forget we're doing the PS5 raffle, brand new PS5. All you got to do is be a member. TBV PS5. Only way to get in must be a YouTube member. $25 gets you a virtual raffle ticket, and you can buy as many of those as you want. You're gonna win this $500 plus value, never before open, for just $25. Costs me more to ship it to you, so you can purchase a virtual raffle ticket by using our Cash App or Zelle that's on the screen now. All you got to do is pause the screen, use your phone to use your camera to scan the QV code so you can get the right account. You don't want to get got. So yeah, man, doing a PS5 raffle. It's going to be coming up, ending very soon. And yeah, you can still get in. We got line 6 read with a counter, King counter. Salute.
Hey, yes.
Yo.
You didn't. I'm get calling this counterpunch so you can answer what I asked you about boots, man. Like, do something to make me feel better. You know, like, oh boy,
What's
I'm
the
Players Club.
question? What's the question?
About everything. Like, how can people not believe in this guy and understand that this dude is
I mean, he's
the
kind
best
of
thing
leaving the
boxing's ever
division right
seen?
now. He's kind of leaving. You know, the division's getting hot, and you leaving. When it was smoking hot with Crawford, you didn't take your shot. When they offered you a shot with Virgil at 54, you didn't take that shot. So, you know, we like, what's really going on? They offered you this Tio fight. You don't want that shot. You know, Devin coming up or is up. Ryan is there. You know, division's hot right now. We got answers, questions we need answers to.
Yes, just answer me this, and then I'll let you go, man.
You got it.
Just with your honest from the heart, man. Don't think with your mind and how Bill Haney and them guys want you to think. just tell me, have you ever seen somebody as stupendous as Boots in the ring? Like, I watched that man, and I have to pinch myself. Like, seriously.
Stupendous.
Yeah,
Well,
I
Floyd gets
watched.
hit less for sure. So yeah, I watched somebody. He's
No, but
stupendous.
if Boots didn't want to get hit, Ness, listen, bro.
No,
Please
that's what they
understand
said
what I'm saying.
about Triple G.
I'm saying if Boots didn't want to get hit, if he wanted to just go in there and put out a defensive masterclass, do you in your high boxing IQ that you have, Ness, you know he could do it. Am I right or am I right? Because there's no such thing as me being wrong when it comes to Boots. There's taxes and death, and Boots are for certain.
I only know what I see, and what I see is that he get hit.
Ness, if he didn't want it, I'm asking you if he went out there and decided he wanted to pitch a master
Look,
class or a defensive
it
master
don't
class.
matter. It don't matter that he getting hit because he's still, showing that he's above that, levels above the talent, and he's got
Okay,
different power. So it don't matter, right? He getting the job done, player.
Ness, let me ask this. Let me ask this. How much how much would it cost to do a whole show just good talks about Boots? Like name the headline, Boots Gospel. How much would it cost me to pay the Sin Boxing Boys so we can do a whole show only good things about Boots? If you step out of line, you gotta go.
Oh man. So we got to also kick people off that don't like what you're hearing.
Yeah, like y'all can only come in and talk the truth about how amazing the dude is. Like I just want to do a show.
Dan, so you don't want to hear no negative talk on Boots.
I really want to hear facts, and the facts are he's the most complete boxer ever assembled. That's all I'm saying. You know my Instagram. You DM me the price, and I'll pay the price. I just want to feel good.
One lineal title proves that.
Hey, you know my Instagram, Ness. Get at me, bro.
All right. Actually, I don't know about her, bro. You're gonna have to bump that to the top. But we do appreciate you. Let's see. Phone lines are open if you want to call in, and if not, it's a wrap. We got another show scheduled at 12 o'clock. And that's GTO, Instagram and Twitter. On to the next one. Catch me at 12 o'clock. Peace.